So just to give a quick introduction, my name is Arlene Stein, and I am the founder and one of the directors for Terroir Hospitality. We've been doing educational and curating cultural programs around food, wine, beverage, bread, cheese, all things good to eat, and all good destinations to go and travel to get to those places that have interesting food cultures. So we started about 15 years ago, running a symposium mostly based on hospitality professionals in Toronto, Canada. Both Renee and I are Canadian. Maxit, who's also joining us as a co-host, can be officially sort of Canadian today. And we're going to be sort of Turkish. But what we've done...
Partially Canadian, actually.
Are you really?
Well, my daughter is Canadian. She was born in Toronto.
Ah, that's right. I forgot that. See,
oh,
yeah. So you are. You're almost exactly.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost exactly.
Well, again, we, myself and my family, we're actually located in Berlin. Renee's in Toronto. Maxit's in Istanbul. Again, that's the coordination of all those time zones I was telling you about. But we started doing more culturally based projects when my family and I moved to Berlin about 5 years ago. And we've been exploring Europe. We've been exploring some of the Middle East and North Africa. We did a big project on the Mediterranean last November. And I think what we're loving about the pandemic, because, you know, there's not a lot to love, but there's a little bit that's been interesting about it, which is that it's given us a chance to really explore further, meet new people, meet more interesting people. So we'll tell you a little bit more about why we came to this, but I want to hand it over to my co-host for today. So Renee Lalonde, I'm going to give her a chance to talk to you about who she is. She's my other half who's lived in Toronto, who helps coordinate these terroir projects. So Renee.
Hi. Mahaba. Everybody, was that right, Maxit?
It is right.
Okay. Right. That is hello in Turkish for our North American friends. Welcome, and thank you as well from me for joining. So I started with Arlene, I don't know, about 10 years ago, and then full on about 5-6 years ago, maybe longer now, coordinating projects in Europe and abroad, and have been having the time of my life. I'm very excited for this. I visited Izmir a couple of years ago, was hosted by our partner Cultura, Ismail, and one of our speakers, and met several of our speakers in that tour, and it's just have left me with the fondest memories. And so I'm very, very excited for this. Thank you. Back to you, Arlene.
Well, actually, no, I'm going to hand it over to Maxit for a second so he can introduce himself.
Oh, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Maksut Ashkar. I'm based in Istanbul. I'm originally from southern eastern part of Turkey. I have a restaurant called Neo Local. We do cook our traditions in a modern flair. Other than that, try our best to represent our culinary heritage in our geography. And we happen to have the chance to cross with Terroir talks in Poland first, then in Berlin. And we've been in communication with Arlene and Renee for a long time. And I'm so happy that I became a part of this project that they are holding with Sabanur and Ismail, and it will be a fun day today for all of us, I guess.
Excellent. Maxit, how did we meet? Do you remember?
Good question.
I have very fond memories of eating pelmeni and drinking vodka with you in Warsaw, but before that, I'm not sure how we met.
Actually, we met in Warsaw.
We did meet in Warsaw, okay.
Yeah. I don't know how I ended up in Warsaw with you guys, but I'm very happy about it anyways.
Well, I am too. So Maxit's actually done 4 projects with us, a Berlin, a Warsaw, did the Mediterranean, you're doing this one.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also helped with a project in Helsinki called Sauce. So it wasn't a terroir project, but we were there together as well. So
yes.
I feel like long-standing friends. Well,
oh, it is.
Well, that's how people grow, and that's how these the magic, I think, of our terroir projects happens. And I just want to mention as well that the relationship we have with Ismail and Sabanur came as a result from one of our partners in Toronto, Canada, who also happens to be one of our very, very dear friends, Rebecca McKenzie, who ran Terroir for a bit in Toronto and was kind enough to make the introduction and the connection. And Ismail attended our Mediterranean project in November, and he really liked it. And this is going to get to why we decided we would do Turkey, is when we decided that we wanted to move on and explore another country because of Maxit, because of other friends, other people who had helped us with the Mediterranean project, plus the relationship with Ismail and Sabanur. We really felt like we had very good and deep connections. And also having been to the country, I mean, falling in love with it and the people and the culture and especially the food. So I was very excited to be able to put this project together. And I think that what we've built out for you today is a really fantastic program. Maxit, I want to, just before we start, though, ask you, because one of the things I find, not from Europeans as much, but from some of our North American folks, that audience, is some misconceptions about Turkey and what Turkey is. And so what do you think are some of the biggest misconceptions about Turkey as a country and a culture?
Actually, I wouldn't say it was a misconception, but lack of conception, let's say.
Okay.
Maybe it's similar, but kind of different. I feel like Asian now. First of all, when you say Turkey, we only can talk about 100 years. But when we talk about the geography itself, which I mean Anatolia, we can talk about thousands of years. Anatolia has been the cradle for more than 70 civilizations, and you can still see the changes, the effects of those civilizations around it. And it has been the lens for one of the biggest empires in the world. And I'm not fond of it, but at the end of the day, it really helped enriching the culinary culture and the traditions within the territories. So this is why Anatolia is a gem that you haven't discovered fully yet. I would definitely say that kebabs, döners, and all, or baklava is just the tip of the iceberg. So I wouldn't be able to explain you fully in my small words or within this program today, but it will give you a catch of glimpse to be able to explore yourself when you come to Turkey.
Amazing. I've got two quick fire questions for you, and then we're going to move on to Sabanur and Ismail.
Sure.
True or false? The döner was invented in Berlin.
False.
We're going to debate that. And
we discussed it with Per Merling, and he agrees with me.
Oh well, Per is an expert, so therefore it must be correct.
Yeah.
All right. So, and one more. True or false? The simit is the precursor to the bagel.
Could be.
Okay.
Could
Fair
be.
enough.
I'm not sure about that. But come on, everyone discussed about tortellini and mante, but how about mantu that goes back to Middle Asia? So just like keşkek, similar to porridge, it has always been around where the humanity was. So it's accepted to be one of the first recipes of mankind anyways. So trying to find out who was the first would be senseless. Just eat bagels or simit or gevrek, as Izmir people says, which is a great fight between Izmir people and the rest of Turkey.
You know what? That's a wonderful sentiment. The
What
other
I can tell you quickly is that my experience that was enlightening was just that, not that I didn't expect this, but the food and the people and the hospitality was just warm and generous and inviting everywhere we went, whether it was markets or, you know, fine dining, whatever it was really lovely. Not that I was surprised, but I kind of was.
All right, guys, we're going to let you guys go for about 10 minutes, and I'm going to invite Sabiner and Ismail to join us. Sabiner, welcome. Thank you so much for helping us put this together. We are so pleased to have partnered with you and Ismail for the content on this. And it's been a lot of work, but it's been a lot of interesting work, and I think it's made us better people.
Yeah.
Just as a little joke, Sabiner and I were dealing with tech difficulties and situations for the last 3 days. So like any online program, nothing goes as smoothly as you can plan it. There are always glitches, and we hope to make this as smooth as possible, but we can't promise that it will be glitchless.
Yeah. Well, it was really fun, kind of fun, you know, and I've enjoyed it a lot. Thank you. And actually, thanks to everyone who's watching. It's an international event. That is the most important part of it, actually. And thank you for that. You know, we have got the opportunity for such a good cause. And I actually also would like to thank our speakers, the presenters. You see, from the very beginning, they've been very supportive, collaborative, and communicative, especially under these, you know, dire pandemic circumstances. They never, you know, had a tendency of, you know, giving up. So I'm really thankful to everyone.
Yeah, Ali, I mean, you mentioned glitches, but it's a small price to pay under these circumstances when we cannot travel. Because when Rene came to Izmir some 2 years ago, the plan was a physical meeting. So, no, I mean, glitches are very small price to pay. And thanks to you and Rene, I mean, you put this wonderful thing together.
Well, and further to that, I mean, the truth of the matter is we couldn't have afforded to put this program together if it wasn't being done virtually. So this does really present us with the benefits I spoke about earlier, which is it gives us this access to a wider pool of interesting people that we may not have met otherwise. So really thrilled about that. I'm also really surprised in the content because we did make the deliberate decision to focus on 2 regions of Turkey. Turkey is a very large area. And over the years, it's encompassed an even larger area of the world, of course. But because there's so many provinces and it's so vast, the geography is so different, we really wanted to showcase sort of the Aegean, which has more similarities to kind of Greek and Mediterranean culture. And then, of course, Istanbul was a necessity because it is not the country's capital, but it is the country's most modern cosmopolitan city. And it is the gateway between Europe and the Middle East, and Asia. Which is why, from my understanding, the culture and the food is so rich because of all these travel ways that have existed for millennia, and the way that the travel routes, the nomadic spice routes, the trade routes, they converged in this space. And so people had access to a plethora of things that they may not have had in other parts of the world.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but yeah, I mean, focusing on Istanbul and the Aegean, obviously, Aegean is a shared place between Greece and Turkey, and then over the years, there's been lots of population exchange. But food brings us together, and then we enjoy it together.
Yeah.
May I want to point out something, if you don't have any questions. Just a small intervention, maybe. No,
go ahead, Sabiner, go ahead.
Okay. Well, you see, when we look at the proportion of our speakers, I mean, male and female, you will immediately see that, you see, we've got 50% men and, women. You see, I had
60% women.
50.
No, it's 60.
Is it?
We have more women than men, yes.
That's much better, of course, you see. But, when we take into consideration the number of leading women in the hospitality industry, it's only 8%.
Right.
The leading, in Turkey. So I think it is an important, information that we have to know, and we have to boost somehow through these events, and of course, other supporting activities, this figure.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you just want to quickly, maybe Ismail, just explain a little bit about what you do as Cultura?
Well, Cultura is a fun umbrella Sabahnur and I sort of have developed, but it's really looking at culture and then creativity, and then increasingly food, culinary practices, gastronomy. We consider that part of those what people call cultural industries or creative economy. So we have been organizing events in Istanbul, going back to the Istanbul European Capital of Culture, and then 3 years ago we organized a big international event in Istanbul, and now we're doing this with you, which is more artisanal, and we will continue working on food, culture, and creativity.
Nice. I love it. Well, I'm glad that we got to work together. Without further ado, though, we're going to hand it over to our next speaker, who I'm going to make an attempt to pronounce her name, because Sabahnur was teaching me how to phonetically use the Turkish language. So I'm going to say it's Özge.
Özge.
Özge Samanci.
Yes, perfect.
Oh my God, I got it.
Thank you.
I'm going to be so good by the end of this. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, we're kicking the day off with our first strong female presenter, expert, professor. She teaches gastronomy. She talks about the sort of the anthropology and the history of culture and food. And she's here to tell us a little bit about the history of, I don't want to keep saying Turkey, because of course we're not just talking about Turkey here, are we?
We will talk about the historical background of Turkey. Yes, Turkish culinary culture, but we will make a long journey in history in a short period of time. Yes.
All right. Well, we're going to let you work out how to share your screen. Sabahnur and Ismail, we're going to say goodbye for now. We're going to see you later in the program. And yeah, I'm going to turn my screen off too, and we're going to get you talking about your presentation.
Thank you very much, Arlene. Thank you, Sabahnur and Ismail Bey. I'm happy to be here. Hello, everyone. Yes, as we mentioned today, I will talk about the history and the cultural background of Turkish cuisine. As you know, Turkish cuisine offers a rich, layered, and diverse culinary richness in which culinary cultures inherited from distant and near geographies have blended and matured over a long historical period. Today, I will take you back to a distant journey in history in order to understand some important turning point in the history of Turkish cuisine, which goes back not to Neolithic era, just to the prehistoric era. I want to start with a selection of dishes, some pictures. Each of these represent another culinary heritage. For example, on top on the left, you see a yogurt soup called ayran aşı in some region in Turkey, made of yogurt and chickpea and fresh meat. But what is important is here the presence of yogurt. And yogurt reminds us the nomadic past of Turkic people, which is inherited from Central Asia since the 11th century. In the middle, we have a rice pilaf, a common shared Middle Eastern food, which exists in history since the Middle Ages, since the Arab-Persian medieval era, which became an important part of the Ottoman food culture and became an emblematic dish of the Ottoman court since the beginning. Just in the middle, we have the famous baklava, which is another emblematic dish representing the unification of two cultures. Thin sheet of layered pastry represent the nomadic Turkish tribe culture from Central Asia. The syrup, the sweet syrup, represent the medieval Arab Persian food culture, and the unification of these two culinary culture gave birth to a dessert called baklava during the time of the Ottoman era. Here again, we have a lamb stew with dried fruit, representing classical Ottoman era. And we have the famous mantı that Maksut mentioned also, a kind of, let's say, Turkish ravioli, although I don't like to say in that way, but a stuffed dumpling with minced meat served with yogurt, which goes back to ancient China, to 200 before Christ, and to Central Asia, and which is an emblematic dish today in Turkey, in its different form, in different shape. And lastly, two dishes. One is pureed broad bean called fava, representing the Byzantine heritage in Turkey. It's a dish prepared by the Christian Orthodox during their Lent, during the Lent where they don't eat any meat and dairy product. It is a meatless dish prepared with olive oil, like stuffed wine leaves, cooked with sour cherries, cooked in olive oil. This is also called in Turkish yalancı dolma, means faked dolma, which means that Christian people prepare this during their Lent. So why I mentioned about dishes? Just to remind you, just to remind us that the culinary heritage in Turkey are varied. And I didn't mention all of them also because when we go back to 10,000 BC, this is the beginning of the agriculture in history in Mesopotamia, and Turkey is a part of it. So the history starts here and even before, and following the centuries, we see the presence of the other cultures, Hittites, Urartus, Phrygians, Greeks, and Romans. Each culture left their marks. But the geography always is the same. The geography is special. And I think in the formation of Turkish cuisine, like history, geography also has an important place. So today, when we look to Turkish cuisine, we see the presence of nomadic Turkish cuisine originated from Central Asia, the presence of some medieval Arab Persian taste, the medieval Byzantine taste, and the long Ottoman era from the end of 13th to the first decades of the 20th century, and during which lots of changes and continuity existed. So I mentioned the importance of geography of Turkey. Here we are looking to the physical map. So it's a lucky country because between two continents, Turkey brings Europe and Asia, surrounded by three seas, Mediterranean, Black Sea, and the Aegean Sea, and it gives a difference in climate. Turkey, at the same time, is a part of the Mediterranean culture with Aegean coast, Mediterranean coast. At the same time, Turkey is a Middle East country. At the same time, Turkey is a part of Europe with Thrace, and Turkey is a part of the Caucasian world, and also Anatolia, just at the heart of Turkey, represent the ancient Neolithical tradition. The flora and fauna are really rich in Turkey. It exists 10,000 species of wild plants, and among them 3,000 are endemic. And people, they consume all kinds of plants and vegetables and fruits, etc. So we can say that thanks to Turkey's fertile geography and its generous flora and fauna, the multitude of distinct climates, these are important things in the formation of Turkish cuisine. In the history of Turkish cuisine, Ottoman past has a special place. Why? More than 600 years, Ottomans, they ruled in today's Turkey, and beyond today's Turkey, they ruled over North Africa, Balkan regions, Middle East, and in all over these countries, at the end, when we look to 18th, 19th century, we see the existence of a common gastronomic language shared by all different territories, but with differences, of course, because of geographical differences, because of cultural differences. But at the end, from Algeria to Istanbul, from Cairo to Athens, everyone knows baklava, for example. So in the Ottoman Empire, different cultures existed at the same time. Sunni and Alevi Muslims, Orthodox Christians, Catholics, Jews, they lived together, they exchanged their culinary habits. Sometimes their culinary habits differentiate from each other because of their religious restriction, but most of the time, the cuisine of the different communities in the empire shared the same characteristic of the same regional cuisine, dictated mainly the geography. The barrier was most of the time religion. And when we talk about the Ottoman historical past, I think Istanbul and the palace have special place, because Istanbul and Ottoman palace cuisine represent the refinement of Ottoman cuisine, and it constitutes a model for the rest of the empire. From 15th to 20th century, nothing stayed the same, especially the ingredients are changed. For example, today, tomatoes and red pepper or green pepper are the basic ingredient in Turkish cuisine. But these food items like zucchini, corn, and potato, they don't become a part of Ottoman cuisine before the 18th century. And not just after the conquest of America, just starting from the 1700s, we see the presence of these ingredients in cuisine. In today's Turkish cuisine, basic techniques and basic varieties of food, desserts, and beverages originated back to Ottoman era. Here we see the procession of kebab makers. For example, we talked about döner. Okay, it is not döner, but döner also is a kebab, and kebab is an ancient food which goes back to Selçuk, to Ottoman, even to Central Asia. So here we have jam makers, etc. We talk always about the food, but what about beverages? Beverages also are important, and I want to mention about coffee. Today in Turkey, everyone drinks tea, but not before the 1930s. Tea was present in Turkey in such an amount. Everyone was drinking coffee. Since the 16th century, coffee became an important beverage in Ottoman Empire, and coffee is introduced to Europe during the 17th century by way of Ottoman merchants. Like coffee, about wine and rakı, two short sentences. Ottoman Empire produced wine. Until the 19th century, wine was the most popular kind of beverage consumed in the society. Although wine and rakı consumption was forbidden to Muslim community, we know that the sources tells us that they were consuming. Non-Muslim are allowed to produce wine and rakı. Rakı and wine were consumed in special shops called meyhane or tavern, and small appetizers called meze, like salad, nuts, fruits, accompanied these beverages, and this tradition still continue to exist in Turkey in most of the city, especially in Istanbul. So during the century, in all over these lands, people, they share, they exchange culinary culture, they exchange recipe, and at the end, when we arrive to Turkey, we see today, we see that many flavors like baklava or dolma or savory pastry exist in different old territories of the Ottoman Empire. Here we see a Greek baklava flavored with cinnamon. Here we have a homemade baklava in Turkey, a Syrian baklava, a Gaziantep baklava filled with pistachio, just for example. Different types of stuffed wine leaves from Turkey, from Bulgaria, from Romania. So sharing the same culture on all over this land are important. And last example is a savory pastry called börek in Turkish. And about today's regional cuisine in Turkey. Of course, we talked about a diverse climate and soil in Turkey, and we can see a difference in different regions in Turkey today in terms of gastronomy. Although this division of Turkey in 7 parts did not represent always all the details, still says us something. It exists 7 regions in Turkey, and each region represents their own distinctive food product. For example, In the Black Sea region, corn and anchovy and kale are really important. Central Anatolia represent wheat. Aegean coast represent olive oil, herbs, and fish and shellfish. And Southeast Anatolia and Eastern Mediterranean have lots of characteristics common with Middle East, with Syrian cuisine, with Lebanon cuisine. So each region of Turkey represents their own distinctive food product and culinary techniques. But in all over Turkey, same name of dishes like pilav, baklava, dolma are known, but performed in a different way with different ingredients, with different preference of taste. A selection of dish from different region of Turkey: stuffed artichoke from Izmir, kuymak from Black Sea, a kind of Turkish cheese fondue, let's say, a kind of kebab with onion from Antep, etc. I may conclude that Turkish cuisine offers us a timeless living and balanced cuisine with its interpretation of every nutritional element. In Turkish cuisine, meat, red meat, poultry, fish, vegetable, herbs, fruits, grains, legumes, dairy products, oily seeds, fermented products are used in a balanced way. Because of this rich historical background and also because of this rich geographical circumstances, the use of different ingredients at the same time gives birth to a rich culinary heritage in Turkey. And also Turkish cuisine is sustainable, not only ecological because every part of the ingredient is used in a different way. Turkish cuisine is also sustainable in cultural context because table is the most important place for Turkish family to come together still. And every transition period in a person's life from birth to death is celebrated with dishes. All the religious festivals, seasonal festivals, rituals are celebrated with food. And still, this tradition exists, and I think in this perspective, Turkish cuisine continued to be sustainable. Thank you for listening to me. I think I'm at the end of my presentation. If you have any question, I will be pleased to answer. Yes, we are hungry. I hope we will have possibility to taste some dishes also.
Yes, again, I was telling that this is an important duty and honor to represent people that I admire and adore a lot. And I would like to first introduce you to Ferda Erdinç. I don't remember how long ago that we have met, Ferda.
Long time.
I guess it's more than 20 years, considering that your restaurant has been open for 27 years.
Yes.
And it was a dream, actually, back then, having a fully vegetarian restaurant in Istanbul. But now things has changed slowly over the years. And Zencefil, your restaurant, which means ginger, became a very important staple restaurant about vegetarian and vegan dishes.
Yes, and the story ended abruptly over the last summer because of the pandemic. But maybe it was about time for me as well, having been in the scene, in the food scene for so many years and getting a bit tired maybe. So, but it was of course a great time also in the life of the city, being a pioneer restaurant and achieving so much and meeting with so many people. And luckily, we have the young generation, such as yourself, to continue and to keep the flag on.
Well, with all the inspirations we got from you, I think and I hope we will take the flag and take it forward with your assistance. I just want to leave you the stage, but I want to just remember one thing, that what will be the first thing that I remember from your restaurant It is 20-something years ago. It was the very first sour yeast bread that I had in your restaurant, which you always served. And also the wild pistachio candies. After you finish your dinner, you were serving this wild pistachio candies all the time that you have been open.
I have to make a little correction. Those were the coriander candies, and
coriander, sorry.
About them.
but you also had wild pistachios too.
Wild
coriander
pistachio,
candies and wild
seasonally, yes. Sometimes we were able to get, but these candies I'm going to talk about anyways.
Yes. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So I'll leave the stage to you. Thank you.
Yes,
it's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Maksut. So I will be talking about spices, and spices are really my big interest, and that's actually through my interest in spices and herbs that I somehow ended up opening a very innovative and pioneer restaurant. Which started out as a little spice and herb shop. So I didn't have the intention of opening a restaurant, but I ended up opening Zencefil. So almost 30 years ago. Okay. And of course, Istanbul is the perfect place in terms of culinary traditions to talk about spices, because it has such a diverse and rich cultural culinary cultures. The thing about spices is that they are these little and very durable things that travel pretty well. So that's why they have started traveling a long time ago. And just by talking about spices, you can talk about world trades, world trade routes, world economics, international relations, and whatnot, because the introduction of spices to the rest of the world has happened many ages ago. So this, you must have all heard about the Silk Road and the spice routes and whatnot. So they are these little things, but both in the culinary world, of course, but in other areas as well, they always had an huge impact. But if we just try to narrow down our interest with the culinary world, even within that, their effect is not just confined to to cooking. Let's say spices are used for preservation of food, and also used for their medicinal properties. And in the Ottoman times, they appeared in so many different areas, from even to expanding to the architecture. So there was a big demand on these spices. And of course, Istanbul, having this very unique geographical location as crossroads between Europe, Asia, Middle East, and being the capital city of two empires for such a long time, they enjoyed being this gateway and convergence point for the trade routes. So the availability and abundance of spices it was always there. And that was, yes, for the consumption of the city people and of course the palace, plus a good deal of them were being transported to Europe. And so it's no coincidence that the spice market that I will also be talking about, and you will see it in the video, was placed right by the entrance of the Golden Horn, across the port, because in the old days, seaways, sea transportation was the main thing. So all these goods, spices and other goods from Far East, mostly, they arrived here, and they were stocked, kept, and transported from here. And this Egyptian, as we call it, the Egyptian bazaar, because most of the goods sold there came via Egypt or from Egypt. And so this place was built in the 17th century. And it was very effective, and it still is very functional. This is where the spices and the city people came together. That's where they bought their spices. Still, it is used in that way to some extent, but the place has become a bit more touristic, of course. Also, the products sold there, it ranges from spices and some medicinal remedies, herbal products, some manufactured food products along these lines, traditional textiles. There's also, of course, gift shops. And right outside of it, there's more food. There's this very famous coffee shop. There's gardening things, seeds. So it is a hub, and it is in one of the most lively parts of the city, and that's just close to the palace area. And it is still very lively and busy area where regular people, city people, go for shopping, especially before the religious holidays. Of course, because of the pandemic, it was, when I went there for the video, it was not as crowded or lively, but it is still a very interesting place. And please accept my apologies for the poor quality of the video. Under the changing rules of between lockdowns and these regulations, it was a bit difficult, and I thank especially to Arlene for having to deal with my with the technical problems my video had. So you will see that later, but now I will turn back to the spices and how, like, in which ways spices tell us about food culture of different places. But in our case, it's Istanbul. Well, the availability and abundance, as I told, was already here, and there was the imperial cuisine, and the very diverse population, different communities, Christian and non-Christian. And this is the capital of an empire, so there are all these different people, communities practicing their food culture. Spices are really very, I find them very inspiring little taste agents, which tell us about the taste, of course, but also about through them, I mean, the use of spices, how they are matched with the main ingredients, how they are paired, the choice of these spices. It tells us a lot about how a particular food product becomes belonging to that food culture. Because most of these spices, because they travel everywhere in the world, they're used in different food cultures, but somehow you see a very specific or unique use of one of these spices in a particular place. So that's I think the best way to start deciphering the food, the taste alchemy of a particular territory. In our case, it's Istanbul, and Istanbul has this very diverse and rich food traditions. Plus, when you're looking into a food product in terms of the use of the spices, this tells you a lot about the history of the place, as well as the people, even the stories and lives of different people and different communities. So, and I think it's a very fair and, of course, tasty representation of the historical and sociological background of a territory, just tasting the food products. So also when I say spices, of course I'm referring to a sort of wide range of things, including sometimes herbal products as well. Although herbs are, as all you know, they are fresh and locally grown and consumed plants, and so they are sold separately. But herbal products are part of what I refer when I say spices. Okay, so what I will do is I will look closely into three spices and products. Okay, the first one, please. The coriander. This is what Maksut was talking. So coriander as a seed, as a spice, because as in the plant form it is an herb, is not actually a very popular or very much used spice in Turkish cuisine. As an herb, it has some specific use in the northern and northeastern part of the country. What Özge mentioned, this yogurt soup, ayran aşı, in my hometown region, Erzurum area, is always used with this herb, for instance. But in the Istanbul territory, coriander is almost unheard of in cooking practices. Yet, this is the sugar-coated coriander seeds. This is a little, tiny little thing. It is not a main actor, actually, in the food scene. But I find this very innovative and inspiring, and a very refined touch, actually. And this is made in this by this place. It's a several centuries old confectionery called Hacı Bekir, a landmark in the food culture of the city. And it just as a candy, and we use that a lot in my restaurant. So people discovered it through us mostly. And it became such a popular, so sought for item that I really feel very proud about this. So this is a very sort of odd, maybe, use of a spice, but I consider this as a gem in the for the Istanbul food culture. It is not something so much well known like Turkish delight, but it gives you a different perspective in terms of looking into or being curious about deciphering the food alchemy of this city. So next is, so this is, again, these are, tiny little granules basically. The next one is mastic gum. So coriander is a sort of global, it can be it's exotic and found anywhere in the world. Mastic gum is a regional product. It is poetically said the tears of the gum tree. And this tree it belongs to the Aegean, Izmir area, but it is the most abundant in the Greek island Chios, which is right across Izmir. And it has this very strong taste and smell. It is expensive, and it is becoming really rare because, unfortunately, especially in the Turkish, in the Aegean region, people are cutting the trees, unfortunately. So, as you can see, you have to put it into a powder form before you mix it with whatever you're going to bake or cook it with. It is also a remedy for stomach problems. So you know that most of these spices they do have healing properties, and this is part of the reason why they were so precious and they played such a major role in the world trade historically. Mastic gum is used mostly in bakery and also with milk-based sweets. With milk puddings, it really makes them chewy. You have to sort of whip it after cooking the thing, and it's a very distinct smell and taste, and a very special product. So can we see the next photograph? The third one. Okay, so here we have this special bakery product. I called it Eastern one. We call it Paskalya cherry. It is baked with a mastic. Luckily, it's expensive, as I told you, but luckily it is used in small quantities because it has a very strong presence. And if you use it a bit too much, it turns the thing a bit bitter. So this Eastern one is almost is the symbol of Easter celebrations in Istanbul. It can be found all year around in most bakeries, but if it is Easter time, everybody goes out to buy this Eastern bun. It is more so than eggs, it is a symbol of Easter in Istanbul. And if it has to be with mastic to be a Easter celebration food item. And for in that way, it is also a very powerful food product because it just turns a religious holiday into a cultural event for all the city people. So all of a sudden, it is these boundaries defined by religions is completely meaningless. People celebrate Easter without thinking. I mean, Muslim and Christian without thinking about this dividing line. So what politics or history could not achieve, this food product had achieved it all. Politics divide, but food unites. So this particular food product, bakery product, is such a strong conveyor of celebration, and as this is this uniting force. So when you eat this, you're not just eating to feed yourself, but you are participating in a cultural act, and you're becoming, you're just perpetuating the city lore. So I find it very special and precious in these ways. Okay, the third item is, rules, but this was easily, I mean, this is what I could find in the shops at the time, because it was not the season when I was taking these photographs, but now is the season. So I don't know if I could, well, it will be difficult for me to show you these, but now is the season for the rose petals. So I have a bunch of them here with me from a dear friend's garden. So rose is a very important product in this area, in the Middle East also, as far as I know. But the thing is that rose is a much adored and used, and in our daily lives, you know, it has a lot of significance, conveying messages of love. In poetry, especially in Ottoman poetry, it's a very loaded symbol. All these things, but it is also a very precious item. Apparently, it goes back to 14th century in Anatolia, that they were growing rose for rose water, drinking rose water and rose oil. So rose is this very, I mean, it's culinary, yes. Rose jam is very precious in the culinary world, but most of all, rose scent has this very significant place in the world of the spiritual, you know, elevation of the soul. People believe that the invisible, the scent, and the scent of the rose, which has a very high frequency, makes it possible for our souls to be in contact with the higher spiritual levels. So while letting your imagination wander across boundaries, we can see the video. Thank you for listening.
Mahaba again, Maksud.
Hi again, Renee. How are you?
Good, good, great.
It is so appetizing so far, right?
Yes, really appetizing. Like I'm starving. It's just 11 o'clock in the morning here in North America. So we maybe just finished breakfast and I'm totally ready for lunch already. So I was in Turkey a couple of years ago for a very sort of spontaneous, brief visit. hosted by Ismail. And was funny, I was in the airport waiting for my flight to leave, and I'm watching the TV monitors in the airport, and there you were on TV.
Oh my goodness, really?
So I quickly texted you, but you were obviously busy doing some demos or something somewhere. But yeah, I couldn't understand what it was because of course it was all in Turkish, but you were, doing a whole demo presentation. I don't know, part of a festival maybe or something, but it was really funny to be sitting in such a foreign place for me. I had never been. I think I'd been to the Middle East once, to Jordan, that few years earlier than that, and so it was very exciting for me to visit. I didn't get to go to Istanbul, otherwise I would have shown up on your doorstep.
You should have, yeah. I believe so. But anyways, you have been to one of the most beautiful cities in Turkey. It
was incredible, I have to say. I was mentioning earlier just the hospitality and the warmth, and Chef Mehmet took me around, as well as Sirma, who we're going to meet. And so I got to go to the countryside a little bit, visit some olive oil processing plants and groves, and the food that we made this amazing lunch with a couple of other chefs, and the fruits that were in season then were pomegranates and persimmons. I think figs. I can't remember. I mean, I know I had a bunch of figs and grapes, but just picking them off, you have to understand, in North America, I mean, these are exotic fruits to us. And two of my absolute favorites is pomegranates and persimmons. So I was dying, like just pulling them off the trees, and they're just bursting. They were so ripe. It's just so good.
Well, the region is super rich in terms of fresh fruits and vegetables, especially the figs. Incredible.
So I'm very excited to see Sirma again. I think she's coming on next. And what else?
Do you want me to add Sirma and Tolga?
Yes, sure, please. I think we're
now
ready.
We will have
Hi. Good to see you, Rene, Max.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hello, Chef.
And we see Ahmet there too. Hi, Tolga. Yes. Hi, Sirma.
Yes.
Ahmet abi.
Thank you so much for introduction and for your friendship. We are all here. Yes, I can say the kitchen project is our research center, and it's sometimes a test kitchen. So today our subject is Aegean herbs. We will see some application of herbs in Aegean cuisine. Tolga is in the kitchen, and we have another famous chef, Ahmet. He's here.
Yes. I will cook both.
Yes. They will do 2 dishes, and after that, AYTUNC, who is one of the do a workshop. Because we don't have much time, I'm leaving with the chef. And thank you for the organization, Rene and Maksut, and hope to see you again in better days, maybe in Turkey.
We hope so. Yes.
I can't wait. Would you like us to show your video first, or?
Yes.
All right, Michael, you can cue that up. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Mwah.
So, good luck.
Quand je suis dans la nature, entourée de plantes, je me sens mieux. connaître les histoires de producteurs, me renseigner sur les produits qu'ils cultivent et approfondir leur utilisation dans la cuisine locale me rapproche de la nature. Aujourd'hui, notre conscience et notre sensibilité d'une alimentation saine et d'une naturelle et d'une alimentation sans faire de gaspillage, sans déchets, c'est encore amélioré. Chacun se demande comment agir pour notre planète et comment nous pouvons vivre plus proche de la nature. Cela a conduit beaucoup d'entre nous à diminuer les produits d'origine animale pour se tourner vers de nouveaux modes alimentaires plus respectueux de la planète et plus équilibrés. Nous avons une grande chance car on a déjà intégré les plantes sauvages dans notre alimentation quotidienne. J'ai grandi dans la région Aegean et entouré de bons producteurs, de grandes tables, de repas partagés et de traditions culinaires avec de bonnes habitudes alimentaires. Ma famille travaille en agriculture biologique depuis 4 générations. Et les produits qui sont cultivés dans nos champs et les herbes sauvages qui sont très difficiles à ramasser déterminent nos habitudes alimentaires. Nous attendions avec impatience la pluie et certaines plantes sauvages, les orties, le lierre terrestre, l'asperge sauvage sont comestibles, mais c'est pas facile de les connaître dans la nature. Ils étaient ramassés et rapportés à la maison dans des grands sacs et ma mère les connaissait bien et elle les utilisait pour le manger, mais aussi pour se soigner. Je me souviens l'odeur. Vous savez, on a tous des souvenirs à certaines odeurs. Pour moi, le mien, c'est l'odeur des herbes sauvages fraîches. Et il me rappelle mon enfance avec ma mère, mon père, la cuisine, tout ça. Nous avons de nombreuses réponses à la question fréquemment posée par nos amis étrangers et comment ces herbes aégéennes sont-elles consommées. Et on commence toujours par la phrase voilà comment nous les utilisons, mais aussi longtemps qu'on se souvient. Les herbes mélangées avec du riz, avec œufs, sans œufs, avec du yogourt, préparées sous forme farcie et ça continue. Mais c'est impossible d'en rester là. En fait, le même plat, la même recette ou le même produit ont de noms différents dans la même région et même d'un village à l'autre. Les appellations changent. L'un des objectifs les plus importants dans la mission de Kitchen Project est faire de recherche. Avec notre communauté, on se promène village par village pour écrire les différentes versions d'utilisation des herbes sauvages, les pratiques alimentaires, les produits bio, locaux et de saison. Mais il y a encore beaucoup d'histoires à raconter et de nombreuses versions à étudier. On continue pour transmettre, partager et promouvoir notre culture culinaire locale à l'international.
Again, hi to everybody. In this session, we will talk about the region, the vastness of the region, and we will cook 2 different demos of regional food products. I will cook today with Ahmet Chef, Ahmet Güzelyadıken. First of all, Chef Keti Bostan, the blessed thistle with lamb meat and another olive oil steamed product and olive oil steamed foods from that region, chiporta. It will be a mixture of different herbs and different Aegean products we will combine together in one pot. Yes. Also, we will talk about the region's products and olive oil, wine root, and everything with Ahmet Güzelyadıken. First of all, I'm starting with the with cooking. I'm taking the 2 pots. One of them in the left side, I'm having the Şevket Bostan and lamb meat, and in the other pot, I will cook the chiporta. For this food, first of all, I'm starting with the şirketi postan. I'm using the extra virgin olive oil and onion, chopped onion. I chopped them before. And we are going to saute the onions first.
Every time olive oil.
Yeah, every time. Yes, of course. The region is very rich in olive oil and from herbs and different products. I will now talk about those also. We are living in Izmir. Izmir is the capital of that region. It is the biggest city. It is the wealthiest city of Aegean terroir. It is located in the heart of the Aegean region. And in this region, we can distinguish the culinary culture into two parts. First of all is the city culture, culinary of the city culture, and the other is the much provincial, and the rural part. The region's culinary cooking culture is generally based on that two bases. Now, I will show one example from that city culture, coming from that city culture, culinary culture, and the other is much rural Chiporta. Şirketi Bostan is cooking also, we can use meat in this food. It's interesting because generally in all around the world, the meat is a bit much extraordinary that is used with the herbs. Generally, in different continents, in Europe and in American continent, generally the herbs are used in salads and in much starter products. But the food that I'm cooking now is the main course of Aegean cuisine. It is really interesting because I use lamb meat. Lamb meat also, Ahmet abi, lamb meat also is very popular in the region. Use it too much and in every herbs and the other foods, we are using generally the lamb meat in the region. What do you think about it?
Genelde hep kuzu eti bunda doygunlukla ilgili bir şey. Ama etin olmadığı yerde de sadece otların yapıldığı ama kuzu eti olduğunda da biraz daha ödül yemeğine, biraz daha ana yemeği ve doygunluk biraz daha üst noktada.
When it is done with a lamb, it is a high standard, high quality food, and so when it is combined with the lamb, there is a high standard.
Zeytinyağı kullanırken küçük ateşte kullanımızda ilgili de yani zeytinyağı çok yüksek ateşte kullanmamakla ilgili bir şeyimiz var.
He's telling that we should use olive oil in hard fire because you can burn it and the food that you cook could be harsh.
Her yemek sabır ister ama bizim yemeklerimiz daha sakin, daha sabırlı ve daha opsiyonlu yemekler.
Yes, you are right, Ahmet abi.
Part of this strong, such wisdom and strong patience, and it means patience for food.
Yeah. The difference between those two pasts is one of them I am using the spring onion, and in the other one I am using the normal bulk onion. Each
fresh onion.
This is a spring onion, fresh onion. I'm using it. Here in Chiporta, we use spring onion, and it will be a mixture of herbs, in fact. And this is a typical olive oil product of the region. Our region is very unique because of olive oil. You know that coming from the Cretan style of cooking, the Mediterranean diet is coming from that region of the world.
Şef ona önce bir temel koyalım.
Yeah.
Bunlar taze.
Also, I'm adding some garlic.
Neyle başlayalım?
Now, I can give the scratch.
Burada otlarım var. bildiğim kadarıyla.
We start with the scratch. By adding this, maybe I can get it much lighter.
Zucchini.
Yeah, zucchini, scratch. This is a crescent style scratch from that region. Now, also, artichoke is very famous in the region. We are living in a peninsula, Urla and Çeşme. That region crops the artichoke too much. There is a special kind of artichoke. We can eat all the parts of that artichoke. We call it sakız artichoke. I also use that one in porta. I'm cutting into the two sides. I'm adding to the pot.
From the Urla?
From Urla, yes. From Urla. This is the end of the season of the artichoke. In fact, here also.
This is. Sen de alıyorsun.
Yes, I'm continuing now. Sakız enginar, we call it. You can eat, as I said before, all parts of that artichoke. There are many kinds of artichokes also in Turkey, but that region, the Izmir artichoke, the Burla artichoke, is very unique apart from the other ones. Now, I sauteed all the products that I put, also in the other pot. The meats have seared well. First, I seared the meat with onion and 1 clove of garlic. Now, in the other one, I prepared before the herbs that I will use here. A little bit I continue to...
You are a rich man.
Yeah, I'm very rich.
Fileto.
Yeah, this is not fileto, this is a milpoa size pork. We use it yemelik boyutlarda. It's the size of the stewed food. Now I'm adding that for that porta. I'm adding the other herbs. For example, this is
Artichoke.
yeah, semizotu, we say it, but semizotu, yes. I'm adding more parsley. I think parsley. Yes, parsley. Parsley. Yes. And I add a little bit spinach and taking this.
Türkçe'de diğer bir adı var.
Semizotunuz mu?
Semizotu.
Which one? It says there is another name in Turkish. Yeah. Now I'm adding some Arap saçı. Arap saçı is a fennel family herbs that also we use in this region. Also, these are all very regional, local.
This is very aromatic.
Very aromatic. This is a like fennel aroma. Like a fennel aroma, anise, anise, yes. This is like an anise.
Like a rakit.
Like a rakit, yeah, like a rakit. What is that about rakit? Turkish rakit? Do you want to say anything about it? Konuyla ilgili bir şey söylemek istiyor musun? Dedim ama. Rakı ile ilgili.
Yani rakı bizde böyle bir koku. Yani dereotu, Arap saçı, fennel, anasol, anis. Bunların hep aynı kokular.
Yeah, anis aroma. Now, I want to show, I don't know if you could see it. I'm taking this. This is the Şevketi Bostan. We are not cleaning, yes.
Why?
Maybe you can, we can show it like this. It's a very unique and extraordinary product of that region. This says special herb. It is under the soil, but on the top of the soil, there are some harsh parts, and you are taking the herb under the soil. I want to show because of this. It's very unique to this region. Now I'm adding here the
diken tarafı.
Yes.
Orası beyaz tarafı. White girl.
Yes, white girl, and this is the fourth
Akkız,
side.
also we are calling it akkız.
This is
I don't know if you can see it, but maybe we can show the other part of it also.
This is the four parts of Şevketi.
Yes. Now, in Şevketi Bostan, I add the herbs and continue to saute more time here. Yes. It will go there, and yes.
One more olive oil.
Yeah, I will add, also at the end of the session, I will add some more. A little bit more we can add. Later, we will finish it with by mixing flour and lemon juice and a little bit some more water. We will mix it and then add it to thicken the loosey parts of that food. Because it's a classical thickener in Turkey. We generally use for olive oil products and olive oil foods. We thicken by this way, in fact. Now we don't use too much starch. We generally use flour, lemon juice, and normal some water. 3 parts of the other parts of some water, and we mix it at the end of the product. Now I'm mixing it, and I will add some water in it to cook. Here. And now the chiporta, we are having the chiporta also. Maybe some more olive oil to this. I will add. Yeah, this is also getting in that part.
Nasıl koyacağız? Sıçan.
Yeah, I will.
Biraz da buna değil mi? Çok az pişmesi için.
Generally, the herbs is known to cook very fastly, but it is interesting that those herbs are very different because I said before, they cook a little, to cook them takes a little bit much more time. For example, for that Şevketi Bostan, it takes around 45 minutes, but the other one, there are also, in that mixture, there are also some herbs that takes much longer time.
Bu iyice kısık şu anda. Açıyorum birazcık. Gayet iyi.
Yeah, like this.
Tuz koyduk mu biraz? Haklı.
I will add. When it starts to boil, I will add some salt, and at the end a little bit lemon juice. Or for this one, I will smash garlic and a little bit lemon, and we will mix it just like a vinaigrette, a Turkish style vinaigrette for the herbs. And I will add when it finishes.
Çok bol bulunduğu zamanlarda en fazla.
Yes.
Ne bulursam onu koyduğum bir yemek. Özelliği o.
He says.
You can put variety of herbs to this.
Mevsimde ne varsa, ne bulabiliyorsan.
Yeah, seasonally, it says seasonally you can put what herbs you can find. In that region, you can find around 35 edible herbs. Ahmet abi, 35 civarında bir yenilebilir otumuz var değil mi? Yani hemen bulabildiğiniz, sürekli bulabildiğiniz. You can find immediately from the bazaar, from the food markets, those around 35 herbs. What are they? For example, Şevketi Bostan is one of them, the blessed thistle. Arap saçı, again, nettle, purslane, sarmaşık, tilkişen, ebegümeci, also there is ebegümeci in it, gelincik,
Wild asparagus.
White asparagus, yes, wild asparagus. The sarmaşık, as we call, is the wild asparagus you can crop in April, generally March, April, and it's finishing at the end.
Bu aslında bu yemek yaratıcı mutfakların, yani fakir mutfakların yemekleri. Biraz soul food gibi, biraz böyle biraz felsefesi olan.
This food has the philosophy behind, and it is a creative thing actually. So you can create variety of herbs here, and
Yeah.
Ne bulunuyorsa onu pişiririz.
In that season, whatever you find from the bazaar, you can put it inside.
Yeah, coğrafya diyeyim. Yani bu coğrafya.
Yeah. This is a geographical food, he says, and also in this geography, the food culture is coming from poverty, as it is in all around the world. Now, I also add some tomato in it at the end. I think this should be also will be much better. I will add this.
Domatesi bulduğumuz zamanlarda domatesi koyuyoruz.
Yeah, if you find tomato,
zaman başladı domates.
in the bazaar, you can add it. Now it is getting the time for tomato. The season is changed, and you can find good tomatoes in the bazaar, in the villages, in Urla, in Çeşme, in that peninsula, also even in Izmir. It is very interesting, not interesting, but it is very good for a chef, for a food, how can I say, for a food maker to find everything in the bazaar or even in the markets. But that is very local. That is very local and unique for that area. I said before that Izmir cuisine is much multicultural cuisine, and also there is a good vegetation scala in the city. There is wine, there is olive oil, there is herbs. Even herbs is the most interesting part of the cuisine of the region of the Aegean. Also, there is a rural part of the region. It is starting from Çanakkale and getting from the north and getting to the south part. There are many rural areas, and those areas is the starting point of Mediterranean diet in the history.
Ege'nin özelliğinde şöyle bir şey var. Ege'nin her yerinde bu benzer otlar çıkmasına rağmen her yerinde aynı pişmiyor.
Yeah.
Even if the herbs in Aegean side, you
Biraz
can
daha
find
fazla
every kind of the herbs in the Aegean part, but it is not cooked the same in every part of the Aegean side.
Onun için Türkçe'de bir şey var. Taş yerinde ağırdır, bir deyim var. Yani zor var.
He's saying stone is heavy in his own place. This is a very synonym that we use in Turkish.
Çünkü kıymet bulduğu yer, onun değerlendirildiği yer. Yani anlatmak istediğimiz o.
Because it is valued in the Aegean.
In fact, the culture makes the food. The culture, kültür aslında yemeği oluşturuyor. The culture creates the food. Because of this, you can find different techniques of the same ingredients in different parts of the region or in different parts of the country. It is like this in every part of the world, in fact. Again, also in Turkey, it is also much more like this. For example, in the north part of the Aegean region, they cook some different foods, some different courses, some different products from the same product. Yes. Yeah.
Ama Amerika'ya gitmek istiyorum Ayşegül. Lütfen bunu söyler misin? Bu otları orada pişirmek istiyorum. Öyle bir hayalim. Ya da Kanada'ya ya da dünyanın başka bir yerine. Aynı otları bulduğumda onları pişirmek istiyorum. Bu bana heyecan veriyor.
It will be very different.
Tolga ile beraber gideceğiz.
Yeah. We are with Ahmet Chef. We are going many different places to cook. We are generally cooking Aegean style, and we cook in every part. In Tunisia, in France, before we go many places. Now I'm preparing for torta, for the right one, the marination. I'm smashing the garlic with some salt, and I will add half lemon juice. At the end, when I take off the heat, I will dress with that marination, with that vinaigrette, in fact. Also, when we talk about the herbs,
yes,
thank you very much.
That's fine.
Yes, thank you. Now, One garlic, I smashed one garlic, and not the half, but the quarter of lemon juice. And again, I'm smashing more because I want the aroma takes inside the juice. Now I will add some more olive oil in it because it will be much tastier, much aromatic. Olive oil is very important. Now I'm taking it here. Yes, it's a kind of vinaigrette sauce. It's much lighter heat. Yes. Now they are in there. Also, I said before, I prepare a thickener, a kind of thickener with the flour. I will prepare for this one. Now, just around 1 spoon of flour here. I will add some more lemon inside and some water. And the other quarter of the lemon I'm adding here.
Yemeğin şeyini biraz kıvamını artırmak için.
Yeah, so I told it thickener. This is gives consistency, gives some consistency to the food. This is for Şevketi Bostan. Now I want to talk about in which ways we are using the herbs, Ahmet abi. For example, we are using for salads. We make generally the vinaigrette, that's local, very domestic vinaigrette that we make before. Olive oil, 3 parts olive oil, 1 part of it lemon juice, and a smash of 1 garlic will give much tastier.
Biraz vinegar olabilir.
Maybe some vinegar, yes. Maybe some vinegar. Vinegar is also very...
Mesela burada bugün fig vinegar. Müthiş bir şey bu. Sirke bu. Çok özel bizim için.
It's very special. It's very special and unique as well.
Bunu ben kullanıyorum. Mesela böyle bir salatada kullandım.
It is also a local product. Fig is also very prototype of that region.
Kuru incir sirkesi.
Yes.
Yeah, dried fig vinegar. Dried fig vinegar is also a very
it's also special.
It's a specialty of the region, especially the Aegean region that is located in near Izmir. We use also those kinds of vinegars from different fruits. Now chipotle is very good; it is getting well, and Şevketi Bostan is also getting well. But as I said before, Şevketi Bostan should be cooked around 40 minutes and 45 minutes at a time. But that one, the olive oil stewed chipotle is ready. Will be, I think, 5 minutes later. It will be okay. I want to talk about at the last step how we cook those herbs. For example, we have 3 or 4 types of cooking about the herbs. One of them is this one with meat. Some herbs are suitable for meat, for lamb meat. This is one of the cooking methods that I could check at the Bostan. The other one is another type of cooking. This is an olive oil stewed herbs. Olive oil is very, very important about that region. As we all know, we have a course, the starter course, zeytinyağı we call it. This is even the food stewed in olive oil is a Turkish course, Turkish starter preview course.
Kind of meze
course, yes. It's a kind of meze that matches with rakı very much. For example, there is a meyhane culture, like a tavern culture, Greek culture. We have meyhane, rakı, and meze and zeytinyağlı olive oil foods. It's hard to translate it into English because there is no English version of zeytinyağlı. Little in the middle. Yes. In these courses, in this zeytinyağlı courses, we can cook Romano beans, we can cook celery, leek, any vegetable with that oil. The style is in fact the same. We are using the same steps to cook it. Generally, we first saute the onion. We cut it in small size. We cut in brunoise or much smaller. And then we add, if it needs some tomato, because generally in the summertime it is very suitable for that zeytinyağlı products, zeytinyağlı courses. And then we add the main vegetable. It could be a leek, as I said before. It could be an herb. It could be artichoke. It could be fava beans from the region. It could be pea. And then you add some water, a little bit water, and turn the heat to simmer. You are simmering it, and then for 30 minutes you cook it, and then it is finished.
Bu yemeklerin yanında bir de yoğurtla ilgili bir şey koyalım.
Yes.
Yes.
We thank you so much. It looks fantastic. I wish I was there to taste it in person.
Show you the finished versions of those foods. Maybe you can see from the camera. The one on the right side is Şevket Bostan with lamb meat, the right one, and the left is chiporta. When it's finished, it looks like this.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much.
Bazı yemeklerin yanında yoğurt gelmesi de gelenektir.
Yes, in some of the foods, especially that traditional olive oil foods, we use yogurt. Generally, strained yogurt is much better, matches together very well.
Hello, Maksut. Go ahead.
Well, I wish I was there to taste this beautiful Şevket Bostan's Nikos root. Well, hopefully next time, and hopefully when you come to Izmir. I would like to introduce AYTUNC. AYTUNC, we haven't met personally, but I hear what they are doing in Izmir. They do have this company called KEPLER Social. Actually, they try to socialize people around the new takes on our tastes in the region. So I guess he will be explaining what exactly they are doing in Izmir. Nice meeting you, AYTUNC. It's your turn.
Nice to meet you as well. So we do cocktails and workshops, and it's like try to teach about our region and our unique taste and ingredients to people. So as you can see, Aegean herb kingdom is an endless source of inspiration for me. There are so many methods to explore botanicals with ingredients you can find in our region. In our cocktail that you're gonna see a minute before, I think, we use Aegean herbs in the form of infusions, syrup, and bitters. Apart from that, we use our herbs as a garnish to create visual preview of the cocktail flavors, as well as an aroma to proceed in each sip. Using concentrated flavors that reflect the unique terroir, refined with a contemporary attitude that tastes original and unexpected. And it offers us the opportunity to expand our creativity and enrich as a mixologist. Mixology in Turkey improved in the last 6-7 years. It's unfortunate that it's not easy for us to reach all bitters, liqueurs, and different spirits around the world because of the huge taxes and the import laws on alcoholic beverages. And yet, we realize that we are so lucky to be surrounded by rich soil that gives us unique ingredients to use instead. So we started to create our own bitters, liqueurs, and infused spirits. Another opportunity that we have is our huge culinary culture, and we have very talented chefs to inspire by, like you, like Ahmet Chef, like Tolga Chef, and many others who participate. Many creative flavors have already developed by chefs, and we work closely with them. So it was a natural progression to see the locally sourced and seasonal ingredients extend into mixology by following their footsteps, actually. My inspirations mostly come from the chef of my childhood, my grandmother. The cocktail that we're going to show you next influenced me from my grandmother, from her baby artichoke salad she makes with ripe tomatoes, edible flowers, fresh basil, orange juice, and with fennel and celery seed infused olive oil. Actually, for me, it's fun and instructive adventure to work with what nature gives us. But I think it's important to remember that it's not an endless source, and it needs our care and respect and protection. So if you wanna put my video, would you like to put my video on? So we're gonna watch. I make you a very basic gin-based cocktail, which I used Aegean herbs, infusions, syrup, and bitters. So let's watch together. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you, AYTUNC.
Hi, I'm AYTUNC, co-founder of KEPLER cocktail bars and a mixologist which based in Izmir. Today I'm gonna show you a gin-based cocktail which we created for Urla Artichoke Festival that happens at the end of April every year. Local farmers display their products, chefs cooks with local and seasonal ingredients, then we feast together. Basically, we celebrate what nature and our region gives us. In this cocktail, I prefer use Monkey 47 gin because of its botanically complex flavors and high volume of alcohol, which helps me to extract the artichoke flavor. Of course, you can use any brand you like. Let's begin. We infuse the gin with baby artichokes. As you know, alcohol is very good at extracting flavors, so we often use it in infusions to add layer or high note without adding volume to the cocktail. We infuse a lot of spirits, and we use those a great mother for carrying additional flavor. Some infusions are very highly extracted in the form of tinctures. In this case, we'll use infusions to preserve seasonal flavor. In this infusion, I use sweet technique. This allows gin to trap the unique taste of fresh artichoke flavor while retaining botanical flavors and the juniper notes that comes with the gin. I use 2 baby artichokes for half a bottle of gin, and we sous vide our babies for 1 hour and 50 Celsius degree. The result is gorgeous looking, bright green artichoke flavored gin. The second ingredient is fennel syrup. Fennel has a rich licorice and anise flavor that is refreshing rather than bold. Fennel works really well with citrus flavors. It contributes a very versatile flavor in cocktails. We use fresh fennels, especially the bulb part, to obtain much more clean and clear syrup. The reason we prefer fresh fennels instead of dried ones and the seeds is we want the syrup to complement the flavors, not dominating them. When we're making our syrup, in a medium pan, combine a cup of water and a cup of sugar, bring into a boil while stirring until the sugar dissolves. Add 1 cup of chopped fennel bulb and a thin slice of ginger. Simmer for 3-4 minutes in low heat. Let it rest until it cools down completely. Remove the bulb, then strain into the bottle, and let's get into a cocktail. So, we take our shaker, and of course, we fill with ice. Like a half of the shaker filled with ice will be alright. First, we're gonna use our beautiful artichoke infused gin. 50 milliliters of gin is more than enough. And second ingredient is our beautiful fennel simple syrup. So I'm gonna use 15 milliliters of syrup in this case. So according to your taste, you can adjust the volume. Here we go. Beautiful. And the third part, we'll add 22 milliliters of freshly squeezed lemon juice. We use lemon juice to have citrus freshness and to balance our sweet and sour flavor in our cocktail. The last hero of our cocktail is a dash of our homemade bitters, which we use allspice berries, gentian root, coriander seeds, celery seeds, chamomile, orange zest, lemongrass, and ginger. You can substitute with these bitters. I think the celery bitters will be more than enough. Let's shake. So I'm gonna make a short shake. I'm gonna use pre-chilled coupe glass for our cocktails. We open our shaker. We're gonna double strain our cocktail to our coupe glass. And as a garnish, we're gonna use baby artichoke petals from the heart. And voila! Enjoy it.
That was amazing, and I hope everybody in the audience who's watching this is really enjoying the program as well. We're going to be moving on to another chef, Feridun. I'm not going to say his last name, but my friend Maxit is going to come online and help me pronounce that name. But unfortunately, Feridun, who runs a restaurant in Istanbul called Hunkar, am I saying that correctly, Maxit?
Feridun Ügümü Hünkar Restoran.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, he was not able to join us. He's traveling. And so Ferda and Sabanur actually went to his restaurant and were able to sit down with him and do a little video, which we're going to show you. And then they're going to answer a couple of questions. It's going to be a short presentation. But Maxit, I have one question for you as a chef in Istanbul. Sure. What does Feridun represent in the city?
Feridun represents this beautiful traditional cuisine that is taken to the restaurant scene, actually. And he's been doing it so well that his restaurant became the staple of the city, actually. Mm. And as far as I know, he has represented our cuisine abroad for many times. So he's one of our ambassadors abroad. Thanks. So we are proud of what he's doing.
önemli bir kelime. İçinde çok şey barındırıyor. Sofra deyince bir buluşma masasıdır adeta. Aile fertleri bir araya gelirler.
Sofra is not just putting all these it is where the family members unite around it.
Ben her gün mutfağıma gelirken sabahleyin evimden çıkıp mutfağa gelirken sanki sevgilimle buluşmaya geliyormuş gibi o heyecanla.
Every day when I come to my to the kitchen here, I feel almost as if I'm going to meet my lover.
Tanrı'ya dua ediyorum ki o heyecanımı hiçbir zaman almasın.
I pray to God every day that I keep up with this excitement of cooking every day.
Bu platformda oluşuşu benim için de bir onur kaynağıdır. Bir de dünya insanlarını herkesi bir kardeş olarak görüyorum. Onları tanımadığım o kardeşlerimi Türkiye'de ve İstanbul'da benim mutfağımda ağırlamak bana çok heyecan verecek.
Hello, Sabanur, and hello, Ferda. Welcome back.
Hello.
Thank you so much again for your presentation. I think that we learned so much about, and also being a pioneer in the plant-based food, especially in a place that we associate Turkey as being very meat-forward cuisine. So I think that's lovely. We had a question earlier on that I just wanted to pose to you, which never got addressed, and I'd like to know the answer as well. Do we say Turkish cuisine or Turkey cuisine?
Turkish cuisine, but of course we are just using it as a generic term right now. But there's always big controversial debates about Ottoman cuisine, Turkish cuisine, and that's a bit complicated. But the word is Turkish, yes.
Fair enough. I've got a couple of questions for you because you both went and had lunch with Chef Feridan. And I just want to quickly get your impressions of the importance of what he's done in terms of earmarking or putting elevating Turkish cuisine, especially maintaining the traditional part, but also being adaptable. So, Ferda, can you give us a little bit of an understanding of why Chef Feridan is so important for Istanbul and Turkish cuisine?
Feridun is coming from a tradition which is becoming, unfortunately, almost extinct, in the sense that it's 3 generations, so it's family business, and we have a phrase saying that being cooked in the kitchen himself. So, he learned his trade in the kitchen. And the accumulation of knowledge throughout all these generations, and cooking is, yes, a skill, but it is more than that. It is manners, manner of doing things. Cooking in the kitchen, but also as a restaurateur, he's also, with the customers, so the hospitality part of it, human relations part of it, and managerial skills in the kitchen, and knowing your ingredients so well. So it is, it has all these different parts. So it is the orchestration of all these different areas of knowledge, and you have to have that personality. And we all know that all famous chefs are like that, And he's also a great storyteller. The way he conveys his knowledge and his enthusiasm of food is also something to enjoy. But then there's this other thing that he is very curious. So he has such a good command of the traditional stuff, but he is so curious and open to learning. I know their restaurants way back when they were in Fatih, and since I lived in the same neighborhood with their, this new restaurant, so I know the progress of their menu and how it became, it improved and it included new things. So he has all these qualities.
Nice. And Savinur, was that your first time eating at the restaurant?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what was your impression of the food, and how does it fit into sort of the cultural identity of Turkey, but then also Istanbul?
Well, you see, if I have to talk about, hünkâr means sultan, okay? So there is a meaning to it. So from the very beginning, their aim, I understand that we see, was to stick with the traditional cuisine and go on with it. And it is the third generation. And I think it is number one in its genre, because we have many traditional restaurants in Istanbul, many of them, as you can guess, but I mean, this is number one, when we think of traditional cuisine, Ottoman, food, Istanbulian cuisine, it's the one that comes up into our minds.
So it's the benchmark. So I have a very specific question for you then. Was it delicious?
What, sorry?
Was the food delicious?
Well, you see, I mean, I love it, especially the one in front of me. Did you notice that? It is a wonderful meat, and it is always delicious. And amazing. You see, one thing about Feridun is he makes surprises, especially during the season changes. All of a sudden you go there and you eat something that you haven't expected, all right?
Sure.
And so, of course, they're always delicious. I think the reason is he's meticulous about the ingredients that he uses.
Nice. Well, that's wonderful. And it's really wonderful to hear. Savinur, how do you say bon appetit in Turkish?
Bon appetit?
Yeah.
You mean?
Yes.
Okay. We say afiyet olsun.
Amazing. And Ferda, I have one last question for you. This is going to be a quick fire, true or false. You ready?
Okay.
Börek and spanakopita are the same thing.
They are. The phyllo pastry is very different though. The Greek version is very thin and industrially made. And Greeks from Athens, they come to buy the phyllo pastry from Istanbul because it is a bit thicker and a bit more tastier.
All right. Well, we have it here because we've got it on film.
That's the, little thing that makes it.
I know. Fair enough. I'm going to say goodbye now, though, ladies, because we've got to move on to our next topic. Thank you so much. Please join for the rest of the conversation. Okay, Savinur, we'll see you later. And
Mehmet Özgün Manisalı ve Can Zinyani. Am I pronouncing it right, John?
That's excellent. Actually, I'm surprised. You speak French or Italian?
Oh no, I'm originally Syrian though. Maybe it might help in that sense. Anyways, actually, we have two experts on what is one of the most important produce in Aegean's region, which is olive oil. So I'm just going to leave it up to you guys to tell us what's going on in your minds in terms of olive oil and all as young entrepreneurs, Mehmet.
In our minds and in concrete terms as well. So you will see more.
Of course. Fantastic.
Şu anda başlatabiliyor musun?
Yeah. Okay, great. So Özgür Manisalı will introduce a few points, and then I will carry on with the presentation.
If you want, guys, maybe move a little bit closer to the mic. It's very echoey. Maybe move the laptop a little bit closer. I know you're probably sharing a laptop.
Okay, is that better now? Do you hear us?
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent. So Özgür will talk first.
It's okay?
Yes, I guess.
Yeah. Hello, it's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Özgür Manisalı, the owner of the Özlem'le Yaşam and Kistene mark. I love traditional food, cheese, and wine, vinegar, everything fermented actually. I'm lucky to live in the North Aegean. In the past 11 years, I worked to find, preserve local traditional recipes, and my friend Jean will help me to present our story.
Good. So I hope everyone sees the presentation now. And first of all, a few words about myself. You probably can hear that I'm French. I have Italian roots, and I've spent the last 20 years in this part of the world, in the Aegean part of Turkey. I've been witnessing, I've been a good friend. We work together with Özgür. And I find it very interesting to share and try to put some concepts on what's happening with this food in the Aegean. Everyone hears about the Mediterranean diet. I think I'll show you a bit later that we live in the Aegean, which is a subset of the Mediterranean. And we'd like to give you a bit more background on why this food is good. First 4 words, we do talk about taste as well as we seek healthy food. And there are good reasons for that. One is the background of Özgür, which came from the medical business, where for a good 20 years, the family has been implementing life-saving technologies, world-class technologies in Turkey. And when you do that, you actually, what we witnessed in Turkey is a pretty substantial increase in the life expectancy. But at the same time, we saw a massive increase, as well as in the rest of the world, actually, of new forms of disease, diseases that come from the stress, like diseases that come from pollution, and also diseases that come from bad food. So I'm not going to give you specific details about these diseases, but their growth rates are phenomenal, and the millions of people are being affected in the world now. Diabetes being one of them, for example. Now, being in the Aegean part, you can see on the map with the green dot where we are. It's the northeastern part of the Aegean Sea, which is one of the 12 seas of the Mediterranean. Being in that region actually gives us another hint about what tasty food and healthy food can be. You've heard from previous speakers like Selma or AYTUNC how local herbs, wild herbs are used in the cuisine, and that's a secular, that's century-old practice, probably thousands-year-old practice. In fact, a famous doctor, I guess everyone knows Hippocrates, was born in the Aegean. His famous quote is, "Let medicine be your food and let food be your medicine." One of the earliest famous hospitals in antiquity was about 30 kilometers from where we are. So that concept about using food as a tasty ingredient, but also as a healthy ingredient, is nothing new, is about 2,500 years old at least. And when we match this experience with healthcare that I mentioned before about as well as this access to the local culture, to the Aegean food culture, there was inevitably a point, that came to Özgür's mind, which is, if we have this food, can we do something to help people feed themselves in a better way, in a healthier way, better from the taste and better from a health point of view. And so when we investigate the food culture in the Aegean, what we see, we try to here synthesize four concepts, four pillars of the Aegean food. And if you look at the top left quadrants, what you can realize, of course, with olive and olive oil, there is a very large supply of antioxidants. But it's not only olive and olive oil, it's also, there's a tradition of small gardens. Most houses, in traditional communities would have their garden where they would grow their fruits and vegetables. There's also very traditional forms of preserving the food in the form of drying, sun drying usually, and also pickling. Now this brings me to the right top quadrants, where fermentation is actually a process where we have a very favorable outcome in terms of human health. We hear a lot about probiotics, about feeding the human microbiome, that kind of half kilo of good microbes we carry in ourselves. Well, local traditional vinegars, local dairies in their old original form were actually very good supporters of this human biodome. Unfortunately, nowadays you can buy vinegar in shops, which is made in less than 24 hours, which is basically an assembly of acetic vinegar and caramel for the coloring and a bit of flavoring. And that doesn't provide any health benefit. In addition, if you take traditional vinegars, it is full of soluble plant fibers, which themselves are the best material for the microorganism life to have a healthy output in the human digestive tract. And last but not least, when you eat different fruits, different vegetables along the year, that is supportive of diverse microorganisms. The food diversity leads to diverse microbes, diverse yeast, diverse bacteria, which is very supportive of human health. Altogether, when this is practiced, it is actually done with a type of farming that facilitates the own microorganism life in the soil. It decreases soil erosion when it rains. The soil absorbs water better. As a result, it decreases the requirement for water supply during drought. We all hear about global warming, about climate change. This is nothing new in the Med. There's always been long-lasting dry summers. Traditional farming was much more protective of the environment than it is today. And in fact, today, when we look at traditional farming in the Aegean, it is actually a carbon sinker. It takes more carbon from the air than it delivers or releases in the environment. And last but not least, when we do this, we actually provide local communities with jobs, and so we see as a very favorable activity. So let's look now at some of the products that come up from this traditional farming. And of course, the first one is the olive tree and the olive oil. Now, I put a little bit of a teaser here. Why is this tree so important? Because it turns out that there's a lot more to the olive tree than just the olives and the olive oil. And I'm going to show you in the next slide. It's kind of an abstract slide, but you can see on the right side the olive tree provide an olive oil, but in reality, the tree itself, with its leaves and the oil, the residues when we manufacture the oil, can be used to feed the animal, the sheep at some times of the year, can also be used to fill the soil. The animal manure themselves can be used to fill the soil. And you can see a global circle. I could explain in more detail with more time, but that tree is actually part of an ecosystem that allows the animals to be healthy and provide a better meal, which is rich in omega-3s, which gives much more tastier cheeses. And although there has not been clinical studies, probably healthier cheeses. Having tasted them, I can definitely say that they are very, very unique in their taste. And so that activity around the olive tree is actually part of this Mediterranean or Aegean farming beyond the olive and the direct product of the olives. And it is such an impact that some lands here, which had been nearly abandoned because they had been over-farmed with more modern and chemically processed soils, have actually been in the course of 3 or 4 years completely rejuvenated. And that was another areas of development for the activities of Özlem, of Özgür's company, where with a healthy soil, they were able to develop a whole range of healthy organic farming. You can see only here a few examples. There's also cabbages, there's also asparagus, and many other diverse products. So the key point in that slide is that the healthy farming, when we look at it from a traditional point of view, somehow is unpredictable. You don't really know when the harvest will happen and how many kilos or pounds or will be produced. You don't even guarantee the size of the fruits, and all this makes it hard to distribute the products in modern food retailing channels in big supermarket chains. So people living in cities actually have a hard time accessing this food. So one of the resources that Özgür had to develop was his own e-commerce website, as well as his own logistics center. And to a certain degree, they have become a local Amazon. Although, unlike Amazon, they remain at a human scale. And by doing this, they were able to bridge with customers. Here is an example. They do many workshops to explain, for example, how to do traditional vinegars. So the company sells traditional vinegars, but is eager to share what is a traditional process to make vinegars. Why does it take 3 months or even 1 year to make a traditional vinegar? Likewise, they've organized in the space of 10 years about 40 olive oil festivals in order to share the joy of the harvest, as well as sometimes the chance to care for some trees and discover the region, discover the local food. We have a small video that I will launch now on such festivals, and then we'll carry on with the presentation.
Benim annem görmüştü. Biz Kuzeyliyiz. Zeytinyağı çok sever. Buna aşık olan bir ailede. Aile olarak hep bu yerin içerisinde yaşam oluşturmaya çalıştık. Sofrada yediğimiz her şey kendimizde için çok uğraşlar var. Çünkü Türkiye'nin yemek ortadan kalktığı bir zamanda biz domatesin, biberin artık tadını yavaş. Böyle bir yer kuralım, böyle bir kompleks olsun. Sadece zeytinyağı değil. Bunun yanında peyniri, sirkesi, tüm sebzelerini, meyvelerini, yapabileceğimiz tüm reçelleri. Elimizden ne geliyorsa, sağlıklı ve kaliteli olarak neleri üretebiliyorsak, yani belki bir 6 yıla yakın sadece tek tek bu şimdi bu kompleksteki en özel yerlerden birisi de Sirkani. Şimdi oraya ziyaret edeceğiz. Orada da neler yapıyorlar bakalım. Merhaba Yavuz. Merhaba abi, hoş geldiniz. Nasıl gidiyor? İyi. Teşekkürleri kontrol ediyoruz. Nasıl çilek? Çilek, geçen hafta yaptığımız çilekler müthiş. Tadına bakalım isterseniz bana. Çünkü artık her şey paket görmeye geliyor. Yani çocuğunuz olduğunda bunu daha iyi anlayabiliyorsunuz. Yani çünkü sizin elinize bir bebek geliyor. Ona en iyi şeyleri vermek istiyorsunuz. Şekeri ısındı. Biraz daha düşün. Artık sepkeye dönmeye başlamış. Çok güzel.
Ben peynir yaptım. Öyle bir hani ben peynir sütünü, yok sütünü Türk peynirleri. Sadece Balıkesir'de 50 çeşit peynir var. Ben bununla ilgili çok yeni bir kitap yazdım. Dünyanın en iyi kitap seçimi. En iyi peynirli şehir Balıkesir. Sirke yaparken en çok neye dikkat ediyoruz? Oksijenle karşılaşmasına. Meyvenin şekerliyse eğer de şeker koyuyoruz ya da bal koyuyoruz. Sadece meyvenin kendi şekerinden üretiyoruz. Bu sirke anası. Sirke anası sirkeyi koruyor. Yani o bir annelik yapıyor sirke. Soğuktan, sıcaktan, kötü oluşabilecek her şeyden koruyor. Herkese kavanoz ayarladı. Biraz sirke yapalım. Sonuçta aldık, ürettik.
Okay, so we'll carry on with two more slides. One is a summary of the timeline with different new products introductions. We call these innovations, even though some of these recipes are century old, but why? Basically, some of these products have disappeared. If you look at well, first of all, if we look at olive oil, most of the olive oil was pretty badly made in Turkey. So Özgü imported as the first company in Turkey, one of the best olive oil milling machine equipment, and among the top 5 customers in the world, actually. So he was one of the launch customers for milling processing machines that can extract antioxidants and flavors from the olives. If we look at cheeses, the cheese you see on that picture was a disappearing cheese, and he hired a retired senior citizen who had the expertise to relearn and be able to produce these cheeses. There's another one which is a former Aegean recipe which used to be taken on board boats by seamen and can be kept without refrigeration. And personally, I tested this cheese by bringing it nearly around the world on my boat in the hubs without fridges, and we ate it 2 years later. We're still here, we're not sick, and the cheese was excellent. And likewise, if you look at all these products, the vinegar was a first in the way it's done traditionally. And currently, he's launching a product line of gluten-free food based on local lentils or other agricultural products. Okay. So obviously there has been a lot of dynamism, and Özgü is a very dynamic entrepreneurial person, but it would be nothing without a team that you can see on this picture, which I really like to show this picture because it reflects the local society. First of all, it's very balanced. If you counted, there's about 55% female versus 45% men, which I think is reflective of the Turkish society in this area. There's a slight balance in favor of female. Also, it's quite young, but there is all ages represented here. So it's nice to see that a young Turkish company is actually at the forefront, you know, in terms of being involved in the local community, as well as at the forefront of some organic concepts and tasty and healthy food. And this team has given birth to new products, but also collected recognitions. We have on these slides 96 awards. By the time this presentation was made, we're now standing at 103 awards in various international competitions, as well as having had the chance to be represented in some international festivals. The Slow Food Organization in Italy, a food festival in Lyon in France, you know, and so on. So I will finish by hoping that whoever is attending this presentation will be motivated one day to discover the Aegean and to enjoy both the taste and the health benefits of the Aegean food. So I will now get back to the screen.
I would like to say merci beaucoup, Jean, and teşekkürler, Mehmet. That was...
Thank you so much.
It was our pleasure. Thank you for spending the time with us. Talking about two of my favorite things, which is farming and olive oil. And it's interesting that there's so much crossover. Maybe not, we're not producing olive oil here in North America, but we certainly do farming, and it's wonderful to see your efforts. So I thank you very much. So we are going to segue from one olive oil subject to another. And I would like to introduce you to Zeynep and Ali, a brother and sister team. Hello, welcome. How are you?
Hello. Hello, very well. Yourself?
Very well. A little envious that I'm not sitting outside in front of the beautiful canopy of trees and the Mediterranean weather, but you know, I'm good. I just wanted to give a brief introduction. You're a brother and sister team, and you took over your family business. You're fourth generation of olive growers and producers, and you produce one type of one variety of
single variety.
Olive.
Yep.
And your product is called artisanal olive oil Kursat. Is that all correct?
Our brand is our last name. Yes.
Yes. Yes. And can we order it, or are you just shipping it within your country, or can we get it over here in North America?
Well, it would have to be an individual order through our website. I mean, we do that. It's kind of like we can send out small parcels. It gets a little bit expensive on shipping side, but we currently don't have any distribution or any partnership with any stores within North America. So we are mostly a domestic brand, Turkish brand, but we do have some like small shipments that we send abroad, especially during time of harvest when it's near here. But we are kind of limited to our production. Also, we only work our own land, so especially these past few years have been kind of a challenge in terms of meeting the amount that we usually make every year. So it's kind of the yields have been very jumpy.
So tell me a little bit about the process and what it is that you are doing on the farm, and for starters, you know, what are some of the practices that you are bringing back and utilizing modern technologies, how you are utilizing that in your farm?
Well, I mean, in terms of its, we are at a region where it's pretty much renowned for its olive oil production, because it's kind of the landscape is made of olives and olive oils. You can see in the pictures showing in the background, the town was actually built upon, it's a port town, and it has a really, maybe you would like to talk about that later, it has a really deep history throughout
around olive trees.
Yeah, around olive trees and the export exports of it.
It's basically a town built around olive orchards, actually. Even the main roads of the city was built according to the ways from the olive orchards, the ways our grandparents or even go even before, of course, and even the ways from the olive orchards to the city, because basically by the old times, all factories were built by the seaside of the town. So even the main roads of the city were built on taking care of this, bringing the olives from the orchards to the factories.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we can see this old picture here We'll just continue the slideshow. If you want to tell me when you're done, we can.
We can switch. This is a brief overview of the orchards. It's pretty much looking from southeast side over to the northwest. It's basically the whole area of Aegean, North Aegean houses about 12 and a half, close to 15 million olive trees, and very similar in variety. And they're old. All of them are actually old grafted wild olive trees that naturally formed the landscape, that were grafted and cultured many years ago as different settlers came in and started working the land, basically.
So in the region, you said there were how many million olive trees?
Throughout the region, the Bay of Edremit, which is kind of like the northern part of Ayvalık, we kind of like right in between North Aegean and the beginning of the South Aegean, and there's about 13.5 million olive trees. And in Ayvalık,
all over the Gulf area.
Yeah, all over the Gulf area. And in Ayvalık is about 2
million. Yeah, there are some up to 2.5 million. You know, so, I mean, unfortunately, we don't have exact.
It's not the orchards have
amount of trees, but it's said it's 1.8 between 1.8 and 2.5 million. Quite a lot.
It's not a continuously growing orchard population, so it is what it is.
It is.
Kind of, I mean,
they are not plantations.
Yeah,
they are naturally grown. They found the perfect climate here to grow, and they made a beautiful forest or olive forest.
Yep, and luckily they entrust us to kind of take care of them, pass from one generation to another. So it's actually a place where you just run into a 4th generation olive farmer, no matter where we go. You go into the butcher, you go to the florist. Everybody's a 3 or 4 generation because it's basically during the Treaty of Lausanne after the Ottoman, the exchange between the Greek population and the Turkish population. Our family just happened to come here. From island of Crete, and which was originally when they were doing their. So our grandfather's father was actually had his mill, and the family was working the orchards there. And after the events that started from 1913 till 1920s, and about around 1922 and 23, we had the treaty, and the population exchange took place. And luckily enough, people here in the region of Ayvalık who came from either the island of Mytilene or island of Creta, they were not very far from home, let's say, in terms of terroir, in terms of the landscape and the and climate, and their pretty much daily lives, like working the land. You're also used to working the land in terms of the same how do you say it, the flora and the fauna, it's pretty much is looking very much the same. So we were very lucky to have come here. And the only unfortunate thing is everybody had to start from scratch.
Population exchange.
So start everything from scratch. Start working the land from scratch, and build the factory. Start build your presses, and build your mills. Back in the days, it wasn't the continued system. It was the presses. So everything was kind of like reconstructed from that also.
Mm-hmm. So is that where you? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Is that where you would introduce your modern technology and introduce new presses and so the farming
when they were in. Yes, when they were in Crete, they were in years 1800. They were farming. They were doing olive farming in Crete, Rethymnon city, and they had their mill there, and they had their orchards there, and they were producing their olive oil in Crete, and they were even exporting their oil to Europe. And due to the population exchange, they needed to move to Turkey, and in 1923. And that's what Ali told you. And they needed to build their factory with modern.
And of course the systems also changed from the 80s on. We started having more of a continued process where the stone grinding of the olive paste started taking place within modern crushers and modern mixing malaxers. And the process of decantation, which improved the process. It's a big debate we have here, actually, whether to go the old traditional way and have a shorter shelf life and maybe questionably a lower, I don't want to say quality, but definitely a lower shelf life, but with a product that you need to be very careful with how you handle it. Versus you have the modern techniques, but we chose to go with the modern techniques, and after a while, it's pretty much version, since the continued process came out, I would say the version 3 of our new decanters we work with, and pretty much the principle has been the same, but a little things have improved in terms of how you, I'm sure everybody's all familiar with, how it's, you need great terroir, a good variety and land match, and also good agricultural practices, so that you can achieve that the best fruit of the year. I'm trying to choose my words carefully, not to say the perfect fruit or the best oil, because every single variety, every single tree
is very special.
Is very special in its own place and
at their own region.
At their own region.
Yes.
And so what we aim to do is to be able to produce what every year gives us. So each year is different, even though our trees are the same. They're in the same location. You have, especially now with the effects of the climate change, with the seasons shifting, we try very hard to maintain the same quality with no surprises. So you do have those modern techniques that you refer to really help you a lot in terms of being able to keep producing year after year. I don't want to say best quality, but the best what that season has given you. If that's kind of
yes, I understand.
Sense. After all, we don't make the olive oil. It's the nature that makes the olive oil. That's kind of what we have to come in terms with. It's what that season is, what that soil is, what that variety.
It's a very big part of it.
So whether it was cold, warm, windy, rainy, all of that is actually what's making the oil. It's just the tree entrusts us with the fruit, so that once we picked it, we take care of it the best way. And then it's, of course, you have to be very meticulous with the extraction process, how you handle it, how you store it, how you bottle it, and how you kind of how you portray that message to your producers also, because at the end of the day, you can make a perfect olive oil, and if the consumer doesn't take care of it in that bottle, everybody takes care of a great Bordeaux wine. Once they open it, they're very meticulous about it. From the second day they lay their hands on it. But with olive oil, it's kind of neglected sometimes. You tend to leave it on the shelf that gets sun. So, or you leave it next to the stove, which gets the heat. So we have quite. It's also a very very interactive product. That's what we love about one of our aspects of our work, because we are very one-on-one with our consumers also.
So the climate is very important to olive oil, whether it's indoors or outdoors. So how is climate change, and what are some of the challenges that you're dealing with? Is that a threat to, production? How are you guys dealing with all of that?
With the climate change?
Is it affecting?
I heard. Yeah,
it is affecting very much since
48 hours ago. We just had a very upset storm with gale-strong winds, and it came right in the middle of flower time, which kind of takes place, which is the very special time for olive orchards, where it needs to be in perfect harmony with nature. Basically, it's the flower bloom, and you get the pollination. So you don't want too much wind, just enough. You don't want it to be cold. You don't want it to be warm, and you definitely don't want any rain. But all of a sudden, everything just got shifted in 24 hours. This kind of tells us that the hardest part for us now is we used to have 4 seasons, and we're kind of skipping spring and autumn. So it's
and
basically
winter.
It's winter. It's a prolonged
anything
autumn
can happen anytime. A problem we have.
Wow, it's the same. It's the same. I was just saying the other day, it was the same thing here. It's like we have this crazy winter, and then a second of spring, and then it's scorching hot, and then a couple of minutes of fall, and then it's freezing cold. It didn't
exactly
even like that.
Exactly. And the main thing, as a resume, really, it's Rene, it's the thing. It's you can accept. The tree doesn't get what it needs, what they need. They don't get it at the right time, and besides, they get also affected. Like it's a very clever tree. Like their flowering is. Around here, it's by
biological clock.
Biological clock, and it reacts with the average heat.
So it doesn't get tricked on a spike heat to bloom a flower, but it
by mid-May it gives its flowers,
but even that is challenging the tree right now, because this week was actually full bloom, and it happens. So very unpredictable.
This stormy wind, it's kind of gets twisted. It's not goes directly in one direction. It goes like under it, all over it, and you see it everywhere. We have been to the fields today. Everywhere we saw, it's like.
So because the trees have been on the land for so many years, they have what we have our typical winds from the northern or the southern part, and the tree can actually manage
tolerate it.
Yeah, lean towards it or lean away from it. But when you have unpredictable low pressure and high pressure systems, which just come and goes in a matter of a couple of hours, then it kind of shakes that.
And another thing is, another big problem is the tree needs to hibernate during winter, and it needs to sleep, and it needs to have a
cold hours
period of 3 months to be ready for giving flowers, and first giving more fresh shoots, more fresh shoots, and then flowers. But it doesn't get. They don't get a winter sleep. They don't hibernate. This is basic problem.
Much
warmer. They don't get a chance to regenerate. They have to rest to regenerate.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds silly to say this, but it's so true. It's a living thing. It is living. Yeah. It's alive. Just like we're alive, we need certain things to prosper and to become, at our best, to become healthy. Plants are no different, really. but because they don't speak to us, we tend to abuse them. And
no, they are our family here. It's,
yes,
you know,
exactly.
it's like it's been part. They are part of our families here. You know, it's a region built out of olive trees. The lives of families are very together with olive trees, and they are members of our family. So it's very hard, and they are struggling. We see they are struggling.
They're so interesting looking and gnarly, especially the older ones. The older they get, the more beautiful they are. They're so broad and bent and gnarly, and you know, you want to hug them. I've hugged many olive trees, believe me.
It feels great feeling, because you feel, you know, you feel the same next to them. You feel the same whatever you feel with your grandparents. You know, you forget everything. And with Ali, we were when they were all alive, we were living together. Also by then in Ayvalık, because my grandfather was built a house enabling us to live all together, and we were all there, you know, and he was cultivating the garden, and we were eating from the garden all together, and also that's the same feeling when we were together. There's a feeling that you know, securing feeling, and you feel with these olive trees the same way.
I think everybody would feel that, and we for sure definitely need more olive tree hugging, loving people like you, Renee. And I just want to say, I don't know how we are running on time, but actually I would say just as equal threat to the orchards, to the olive way of life here is the subject of land preservation, because we're seeing a lot of it's beautiful landscape. It's very picturesque.
Please talk about that. Please talk about that.
It's very it's actually a life-longing experience to live here, with having said very little. But one of the problems that we see, instead of working the land, harvesting the land, the ownership of land is actually is getting another aspect, because as we said, the land has been entrusted to pass from one generation to another, and it's a topic that most of us take very seriously, and but we are seeing more opportunistic sides coming and try to and try to make it into maybe like a real estate business, losing the land from farming. It's not typical farming what we do here. It's actually, I would compare it between somewhere in the between farming and foraging. It's not. It is a wild olive orchard, so they are not perfect plantations, and everything is not set in boundaries. We have lots of different plant, wild, and animal communities living within the land, and we try to work the land as less disruptive as possible in terms of agricultural practices, meaning minimum of or no use of synthetic fertilizers, and try to work with the olive fruit, especially a very risky time of the year is during the summer for us with the olive fly. So we try to kind of work ways around using the pesticides and go for the shortcut. But while you're doing that, trying to preserve the land, it's gaining much higher value in terms of real estate versus a land that's been worked and it's been prosperous and it's been very generous for literally 1,000 years. So programs like these, which are very kind of eye-opening and very important in terms of asking the question, how our foods get to our table. It's kind of I think it was Michael Pollan I read in one of his books. He's basically saying we vote 3 times a day. You choose 3 times a day what you put on your plate, and it's the most powerful thing that you can do. It's what shapes our communities, what shapes our countries, what shapes our relationship with the planet, basically.
Sure.
And so it's kind of really important. We think what you're doing to be able to interact with the people who work the land, and it's everybody's land. It's our land. So
well, it's our
big mission is to preserve it these days. Also preserve it.
And our mission is to spotlight and highlight people like you that are actually doing that work. I mean, we all eat, we all enjoy food, and it's important for sure to understand how that food is being treated, not just, you know, how it's being prepared, but from its inception, you know. And in this case, olive oil, the inception is, you know, thousands and thousands of years old. So you've been given a gift in a sense. So I really appreciate this opportunity to speak with you, and love what you're doing, and we will see you soon. I hope we're going to open up.
Yes, waiting for you.
We're going to come. So, hi, Arlene.
I'm back, and hey, Max is back as well.
With his dog.
So Zeynep and Ali.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see
I just realized that 2 people in the screen would fit in perfectly, so I just my daughter. Hey, hi, Mira.
Lovely.
They do fit in perfectly. They do. Zeynep and Ali, before you guys go, I did want to mention and just reiterate to Renee's point how important it is to actually support young producers like yourselves, because you are the future generation who is going to steward the land for many, many generations to come. I just had a quick question for you, though. I read, and I think I posted about this, I don't know if you saw it, but that Athena planted the olive trees in your region, the goddess Athena. Is that true?
The goddess Athena. Oh, well, we have...
It's the story of the city Athens. Very beautiful story. I envy it. Beautiful.
But probably not really likely.
But
we have there's really beautiful stories behind it, as how the tree was granted kingdoms, and how the olive tree actually refused being king of the land. It said that's where the saying I don't belong to anyone, I do belong to everyone. So it's kind of worded differently. I don't know if I said it correctly. I know how to say it in Turkish, and it's actually also the fig tree and the vine and the olive tree, a very special place in land of Anatolia. It is a very special. We are very, very lucky to be able to live and work of the land, just as any special farmer. But the region being really
the source of the where
it really did shape communities and the whole world around it, like the Mediterranean and how everything went from basically from the first civilization, and it's been a great aspect of our great evolution from hunter gatherer to where we are now. It has a very like you said earlier, like being the grandfather or the grandmother, just a warm soul.
And so nice to be
on.
So nice that it's the world is keep discovering its beauties, and day by day. And you say, oh, beautiful, I am surrounded with it, and you keep I am surrounded with it. It's my work, and it's many people's work, and it's our region, and it's like very it's something very precious for us to see each day more beauty is coming, more more beauty is coming from out of olive trees, benefits health, and also
everybody should, at one point in their life, should hug an olive tree.
We're all going to try. We're going to try to hug one in the Aegean for sure.
Also, it's we are so these border, Syria border, yani Syria and Turkey. Between Syria and Turkey, this is where the region. This is the region where the wild olive tree, Olea oleaster, came out. It's amazing, yani.
Yeah.
And from there, the first grafting was made there, and it's such a great honor, yani.
Well, and a lot of people don't know, Zeynep, that you know, the tree comes from the Middle East and then went to Europe, went to Italy, went to Spain, went to Greece.
Yes, exactly.
But it's originally from there, and so I think it's important.
1,000 years before.
Yeah.
1,000 years before the wild.
Max, you want to say something?
I would like to add something. As far as I know, the oldest oil production site has been found in Jordan. I guess it was 500 BC. But the second oldest one was found in Urla, in 70 BC. So there is only 430 years in between. So what we are discussing is the home tradition of olive oil where we are standing at.
Yes.
But in fact, I would like to add, when I had this interview with the chief architect of Klezomenai, they couldn't find any information about that olive oil has been used for food, but for cosmetics, for medicine, for all.
Yes.
But he has an idea. Are we discussing the water that we are drinking while dining at the table? So he thinks that olive oil was such a common thing on a table that we wouldn't discuss about it or write anything about it.
Yes, it's very
it's very second nature to
and they knew they should consume it very but in the year they knew that when they should harvest it, when they should eat it within quickly, not to wait to consume it like other products like a wine gets aged, but olive oil, they knew exactly how to treat it. It's amazing.
We treasure our antiques. We love our ancient history. We get, and here we have something, a commodity that is actually alive today that we can enjoy and consume and benefit from it, in so many ways. And it's really important to understand where it comes from and treat it with the respect it deserves, like your old chair.
All right. On that note, Renee, Zeynep, Ali, Maxit, we're going to have to call it a day. We could chat forever. And I'm sure we're going to do this together. One other thing to remind everybody, the olive oil is a symbol of peace, the olive branch, and it extends through nations. And so thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you. Horse Chicago.
All right. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
My name is Didem Şenol Tiryakioğlu. I'm a chef and a restaurateur who is living in Istanbul with my family. I have 2 kids, Atlas and I. I love the city and what it brings. The history, the Bosphorus, the chaos, the nature, the weather, and of course the people. Although I feel overwhelmed sometimes in traffic or in the crowded streets, I always find a way out. Walking by the sea, chatting in the market with friends, taking the ferry to the Aegean side, shopping for great ingredients, driving to the beach, passing through the forest on my way home, or ending up in a meyhane for roka sometimes for lunch. As a chef, Istanbul is so inspiring. The history, different cultures, Armenians, Jews, Lazi, Kurdish people that came together in the city. That's why there's so many different cuisines. The cuisine of the palace, the effects of the Ottoman Empire, even the effects of the Constantinople. Istanbul is on the spice route and it is on the migration route for the fish. There's so much fresh produce that arrives from all around Turkey. Since I had my childhood in this beautiful city as well, we always had family traditions, big family gatherings, so I got inspired from my childhood as well. Today, the way I cook is pretty basic. I believe in using seasonal and fresh ingredients. I believe that you have to taste the ingredient itself. I believe that actually food can make us feel good. In Gram, we try our best for the guests to have a warm experience. It's in the food, in the setting, in our team. When I first started cooking, I was trying to come up with the fanciest plate. Then I opened my first restaurant, Lokanta Maya in Karaköy, and I realized that I do not want my cooking to be ceremonial, but very comforting instead. I want my guests to enjoy what they eat and have great time with the people they care for. Nowadays, I believe in the strength of working side by side as a team, especially after pandemic. It was always about loving my job, but now it is mostly about loving and respecting the people I work with. In Istanbul for almost 18 years now, and I feel so lucky to live in a city that is such an inspiration.
So, Didem, well, first of all, guys, we know each other since 2006 with Didem. So our paths crossed in 2006 in a very fine restaurant called Tuz. Then we just became really good friends. So it is really difficult to interview a good friend of yours. So, which I cannot pretend as I don't know you, Didem. So I'm just a couple of questions to you. Since you guys have seen the video of Didem, you know what she's doing so far, but studying psychology and going to New York to study in a French culinary school and coming back to Istanbul after experiencing in this beautiful French restaurant in New York. What was the name? Sorry. 11 Madison Park. And coming back in Istanbul and starting to work in here. My question would be, so you are trained in French cooking, but what we see from 2 of your books and what you have done so far, you are very into this beautiful Anatolian cuisine. What made you decide not to go to this technical path, but spiritual path?
Okay. Hi, it's great to be here. It's great to actually having the interview with you. Hi, everyone. Actually, I studied in French Culinary Institute, but I think it was mostly about the techniques and about how to cook. And at the time, it was such an inspiration about how the chefs that I was working with was doing a new American cuisine at the time. So it was French inspiration, but it was like an American cuisine. But then I came to Istanbul. I started working in Nupera. So it was such a nice restaurant, but with an international, international cuisine. Then in 2006, I came to the south of Turkey and started working with my father in the Aegean coast. And at that time, there was actually the people I was working with, so for the ingredients and everything, it wasn't like Istanbul. So I had to find the guys. I had to go to the marketplaces to get the real good ingredients. And when I started working with those ingredients, the things that I find in the marketplaces and the fish that I actually find in my fishermen, so I was chatting all the time, I found out that actually Anatolia and Turkey had great ingredients. So I didn't have to go for the great balsamic, but we had great molasses instead. And when I found that out, I started actually trying things with the real good ingredients and the seasonal things. And that's how I started cooking, actually very Turkish cuisine, but with a twist. So since I have studied in New York, I have seen all those different things, and I wanted to use it in my cuisine as well. So I have always made food, but with a twist. So it was very Turkish, but a contemporary one, let's say. So that's how I came up with that.
That's great. So it explains why you were so influenced by Aegean cooking in your very first book.
Exactly. So I was actually working in Kumlubuk, south of Turkey, and I started going to the marketplaces every week. It was like Thursday was the Marmaris market, and then Tuesday was Milas. So I was trying to go and find ingredients there. Then I made friends. Then I found out that actually they had so many things that they don't have on the stalls, but underneath the stalls. So I started getting new ingredients from them. And yes, that was the time I found out about the real Turkish ingredients, and then I started thinking about how actually I can use them in my kitchens. And I tried many different things, and I really enjoyed it. So I got inspired by the Aegean coast, of course, but I also inspired by Istanbul, as I told you in the small video that we made.
I would like to add one thing to the audience, actually. When you go to the markets or when you travel around Anatolia, the farmers produce this traditional heirloom seeds and products for themselves only, because they cannot find a market to sell. So thus, you need to be good friends with them to get this best produce. That's what you were amazed with, I guess. Yeah, it's hard to ask you some questions. I'm going to ask you one question. So it will be a very popular one, like a paparazzi. What would be the 3 dishes if you were to explain Anatolian cuisine to a foreigner?
Probably one thing would be, I think cheese would be one of them, like the white cheese and how I use it. I really like to use it as a meze. I really like to enjoy it. I enjoy eating it myself. So I would really go for cheese. Probably olive oil is the next one. And maybe like lamb. So I really enjoy cooking it as well. So maybe like 3 things. But I can tell figs. I can. So if you don't just put 3 things, I could have told many other things. Actually, everybody thinks when I opened Maya in 2010, like after I came back from New York, I started working for my father in the Hotel Dionysos down in the south for like 5 years, and then I came back to Karaköy and opened Maya. And the thing was, I really wanted to have a restaurant. I got inspired by like Alice Waters, like whatever was on season, whatever was on market, I really went for it, and it was a very small menu. And everybody was asking me why I had such a small menu, and I was telling them that because it was very fresh, and that's what I was trying to make. And in Maya, then I started having so many like foreign guests that came over, and it was 2010. So Istanbul was very popular. Everybody was writing about Istanbul and being a female chef in Istanbul and all those things. And at the time, when I was cooking, the foreign guests that came over, they were always expecting to see like kebabs and all those things, and I was trying to tell them that Turkish food wasn't just kebabs. Of course we loved kebabs, but when you look at the Aegean coast and when you look at Istanbul, how it got inspired from the palace and how they cooked, it was pretty different. So it was mostly like with dried fruits, how they got the acid from, and the fish we used. There was so much fish from Bosphorus that we did many things from, and I really enjoyed actually cooking with them. So it was depending on how the weather was. I was either doing a soup or a meze or something else, but I was always there to tell them actually why I was doing such things. So it was, I think, the best time of my career, probably from 2012 to 2015, in between, while I was cooking in Maya, because I was using real Turkish ingredients. I wasn't using so balsamic, but I was using, as I was told you, a great molasses, and I was getting my ingredients from all over Turkey. And it was such a pleasure, and it was a great experience for me. And then actually things changed in Turkey. So I now, as a chef, in 2021, I feel like it's like a labyrinth that I always try to find a way out. But if you look at those years, I think it was a great experience in Istanbul.
So another question would be, being a female chef, actually one of the few female chefs, except our mothers, of course. What were the challenges you have faced with in this period of time?
I think it's about
challenges.
I think it's about respect. Like everybody tells me how it's been. I have so many interviews with young female like cooks who want to be chefs, if I had a hard time and everything. But it wasn't like that, because when you start being a line cook, you always work hard. That's the main thing about cooking anyways. If you're a man or woman, I don't think it matters really. But and then after a while, when you have the respect from the people you work with, it doesn't matter if you're a female or a male, I think. So I really didn't have any hard time. At the beginning, it was a bit harder, because from psychology to culinary, people were asking me if I wanted to do a pastry, and I'm like, oh no, I am not into pastry at all. I don't like pastry. But as a female chef, I think they feel like it's better, like if you do pastry and stuff. But I really enjoyed cooking, and still I love to work with male cooks, female cooks, and if there's a, how do you say, a balance in the kitchen, it's even better. I think everything comes out better, because they have different kinds of actually mentality, coordination wise, and everything. But I didn't really have hard time. Especially, I mean, when you look at cooks, of course, there have been so many male cooks in the past, but I think it's the same for almost all the jobs in Turkey, other than maybe like public relations or something.
I believe actually what we do is sex neutral. So if you are able and capable of standing alone, whoever you are, in the kitchen, then it doesn't matter if you are a male or female.
Sure.
That's how I see it, as you see. So one last question. We don't have so much time. As a chef, how do you see Anatolian cuisine's future, and what would you do, or what would you tell the young generation to do so, to be able to express the importance of our traditions and heritage?
It's a huge country. I mean, you have like, as I told in the video, that you have so many different cultures, so many different cuisines that came together. So there's, I think, still so much to learn for all of us, because we know some of the stuff, but still there's so many ingredients, what to do with them, and so still so much to actually look for. I think they can go to the villages and see what they're having, and they can get inspired by it. And we really need to, I think, find the small producers and trying to get those ingredients into our own kitchens. I think, like, when I started thinking of becoming a chef, there weren't enough ladies in the area. Now there's so many ladies from all around, I think, Turkey who's inspired from us. I think that's great. But now isn't the great time because of the pandemic. As I said, we're thinking about so many different things. We're trying to be so creative to actually try to keep our businesses going, smoothly. It's not so possible, but we're trying our best. So what I try to do is, if we can get out of this, time, then I really want to have a small restaurant and doing, daily cookings and all those things. That I missed a lot.
Does it mean that Maya is back again soon?
I hope so. Yes, I hope so. But
we hope so too.
Yes. Yes. We'll see.
It was amazing to listen to you all.
I think it was great to be a part of the project. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Before you go, Maxit, I actually would be remiss. We actually do have 2 minutes. So because we are, I know, good call, good job on the timing. Because we are an organization that is focused so heavily on hospitality, and we've got a bunch of listeners tuning in that are people who work in restaurants as chefs and cooks. We haven't addressed the pandemic question. You brought it up, Didem, and so I thought, why not take the opportunity? So how has it affected cooks and chefs in restaurants in Istanbul, in Turkey? What's the impact been on you guys? Either of you can answer.
I mean, in my perspective, actually, we were Graham is like a lunch place in Plaza, so it was all the people who are working there and coming for lunch. So there's nobody at the moment because they're actually working on Zooms. So we're trying to do everything, either delivery or takeout. So that's why we're trying to actually think about food which you can pack and which you can deliver. So actually, it's limiting us all the time, and we're trying to do our best. But I think everything will be great after all the vaccinations. So I'm very, hopeful for maybe like September, October. But I think we still have like a couple of months that we need to be creative.
Fair enough. What about you, Maxit?
Well, staying away from the kitchen slowly kills your soul as a chef. It's not only us, but all the people of the kitchen all around the world, I think. So we somehow try to, on our end, try to let our family in the kitchen be in the kitchen from time to time for ourselves, not for the people. So they are eager to do some things, cook some things in the kitchen. It doesn't matter how much you earn. It doesn't matter if you earn your living or if it is all about feeding your soul first. That is what this pandemic is taken from us. So we're just trying to find ways to not let it go, but fight for it and about it. And just try to ensure all the people around us in our family, in the restaurant, or our friends' families say that it is important to keep the faith in what's going to happen soon, and we will all be back in our kitchens cooking for everyone.
I hope so. Things are opening up here in Berlin, and it's feeling really, really good. The spirits of everyone's lifted. So I can't wait to come to Istanbul and eat in your restaurants. To them, I've never been to your restaurant, and I'm going to love to come.
Yes, I would love you to come.
Okay, one last thing before you go and you guys sign off. I've got a true or false question for you, Didem. Are you ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so true or false? Artichokes are native to South America.
False.
Good call. Where are they native to?
Is it true?
Where are they native to? Where do artichokes come from?
I really don't know. I could say Italy, but probably not, huh?
They come from Turkey.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, we really have them all over. I didn't know they were native though.
So A on the true or on the false? We're gonna have to tune up that history a little bit.
Okay.
Anyways, it was lovely speaking with you.
Great. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
All right. And Maxit, we'll see you again at the next session.
See you later. Bye.
So from the kitchen to the vineyards, we are moving into wine. And literally, we've got Bilge Pengenisu Ogunulu. Did I say that terribly? Bilge?
All right, that's all right.
And Bilge Yemen. Bilge, you've got some residual sound in the background. Can you check to see if you've got another something else open?
Okay.
I think it's you. I don't think it's you, Bilge.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Just check it out. And so while he's looking into his sound, I just want to let the audience know, in case you don't, it's difficult enough to find women in wine. And we happen to find a strong, really committed leader of wine in Turkey who's also working with sustainable practices. So that combination of things is truly unique in the world. And we are so thrilled to have you as part of our program. So thank you so much. So something that a lot of people, especially from our North American audience, don't know, Bilge, is that wine has been produced in the Middle East for thousands of years. Thousands.
Well, oh, that's for sure. In fact, that's where it probably started. It didn't start in Europe or in the United States. It started in maybe in Georgia or somewhere in Mesopotamia. And then the history of vineyards and winemaking in Urla is really, really interesting and deep. I'm going to show some slides from the history of winemaking in Urla.
Okay, well, I won't go too deep into it, but
Presentation.
just the fact that we don't even think of the Middle East as being a wine-producing region, but the fact that it is the oldest wine-producing region in the world, I think is a huge thing to talk about and a way to sort of introduce people to the idea that these customs and traditions have been around for years. So you have a background in oncology, but you went to school to be an architect. Is that correct?
Oh, yes. And I practiced architecture for many years. I lived in the United States before we moved with my husband to Urla to establish the Urlice vineyards in 2002. But before than that, I was working as an architect in the United States.
Amazing. And the other thing, just to touch on about your history or your occupation, which I think is interesting, on top of being a winemaker, you're also working to build an association for wine tourism to the destination. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Since we're the first winery in modern times, boutique winery in Urla, we saw many other smaller wineries opening up in the same region. They were all like-minded. We had the same ideals. So we decided we could promote the land. And I will explain, we had a reason to do that because, things were changing rapidly in our beloved Urla.
Amazing. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you and you can start with your PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to turn my video off while you do that. But I do want to note for our guests, take a look at her background because that is her natural environment. And I'm sensing a pool there too. I think that's definitely a destination I'd like to visit one day.
Yes, you're always welcome. In fact, I was planning to have this conversation in front of the vineyards, but it's getting dark and I had to have some lighting around me. So excuse me for that.
Fair enough.
But I will have some pictures from the vineyards. So we're looking at the map of Europe, Asia, Africa, Middle East. And you can see Urlice Vineyards is on the western coast of Turkey and in the middle of the Aegean Sea, as far as location goes. We are on the 32nd parallel, which is a wine growing parallel. As you know, they grow wines between parallels 30 and 50. And Turkey has a lot of wine growing areas, not only on the western coast, but also in Anatolia. Here we are looking closer to the location of Urla. Again, it's in the middle of Aegean, surrounded by islands, Lesbos, Chios, Samos. And it's almost itself is like an island. In fact, we are connected to the mainland with a small land area. So I want to talk about the history of Urla a little bit. It's an ancient location where many civilizations, from Louis to Greeks, from Byzantinians to Ottomans, lived. It has many old names like Closemenai, Burliates, and now, of course, it's called Urla. Archaeological finds take us back to at least 2,500 years back, where we can trace how they produced oil, made wine, and shipped those goods to almost anywhere in the Mediterranean. Urla was a prominent exporter of wines in the 18th century. Here's a picture from 1950s, and it's reminiscent of how they shipped the amphoras from the harbor Let me go back to the amphoras. Here, these are classical amphoras, which they were used to carry wine and oil. And they were carried out into the Mediterranean in this kind of ships. They were in fact shipped from Black Sea region to Sardinia to all the way to the coast of Egypt, to the Nile. So this is a painting in a mosque in Urla from 18th century. This is also telling us about the grape growing and winemaking history of Urla, even though there are no vineyards in this picture. But the ships that are waiting in the harbor are waiting to pick up their loads of olive oil or wine or grapes and to carry them to Europe, because in those days, the vineyards in Europe were being destroyed by phylloxera, and phylloxera had not reached Urla at that point. So all the fortune from this trade was coming to Urla, as depicted in these Palladian beautiful villas and mansions with their marbled stone courtyards and fountain pools. But coming to the 20th century, or the 19th century, I'm sorry, beginning of the 1900s, wine production and grape growing was hampered pretty much due to wars, migrations, exchange of populations, and vineyard diseases. So until 1990s or 2000s, there was a gap in growing grapes for wine and making wine in Urla. In 2002, when we came to Urla, there was already a movement to grow grapes for wine. But these farmers were selling their grapes to major companies, major wineries in Turkey, and none of them had their own vineyard. So when we had the concept of making a small boutique winery, it raised quite a few eyebrows. You know, people were not aware of the concept of boutique wineries or terms like artisanal winemaking, estate bottling. Those things were not known. But we were, following a model quite established in Europe. Small family operated wineries where the owner takes care of everything from growing the grapes to making wine, selling it, taking care of the bureaucracy. Those are all the things that you have to do when you operate a small winery, and in fact, that's the fun part of it. So here's me during a harvest. So like I said, you have to do everything, including picking the grapes. But, we love this sleepy town surrounded by the Aegean Sea and the ancient olive groves and the viticultural land. In terms of growing grapes, this area is in the viticultural world is termed as a hot Mediterranean region. But we are very fortunate to be on a peninsula stretching into the Aegean Sea, and we get the cooling breezes from the sea. There's quite a diurnal difference in the vineyard, sometimes more than 12, 15 degrees. And our soil is very special too. You can see the white soil between the rows of wine. The soil is like a birthday cake, basically. It has chalk, limestone, and layers of clay and marl is similar to Alberiza in Spain, or the Portlandian soil in Chablis, or the marl in Tuscany. And this is very good soil for growing grapes. In terms of our grapes, since we were the first boutique winery established in Urla in modern times, we were very curious to see how wines made in this terroir reflected and how they will be received in the world. We chose to go with international varietals for reasons of comparison in the world wines. So we planted Cabernet Sauvignon, which was already being planted in the peninsula and was doing great. We also planted Merlot, Syrah, and Chardonnay. And we practiced organic viticulture from the start. Here you see the gamut of our wines. We have blends with the Syrah and Cabernet, Merlot and Cabernet, and we have monocépage, Syrah or Cabernet Sauvignon. Our rosé is made with mostly Syrah grapes and a little bit of Cabernet Sauvignon, and our Chardonnay and our white is just Chardonnay. So I must say we are very lucky in this terroir. Our Chardonnay is crisp and citrusy, which I'm drinking right now. I don't know if you see me. And it has a lot of minerality. But we also get the stone fruits, the tropical fruits flavors due to the warm Mediterranean climate. Our Cabernet Sauvignon and Syrah are also doing very good here. The high content of calcium carbonate in the soil results in good acidity, which is a lifesaver for hot climates. We don't have any problems with ripening since we get a huge number of sunshine hours without any rain during the growing season. But luckily, chalk and clay soil absorb all the rain from winter and spring, and they help provide necessary water for the growing season. We hardly ever need to irrigate, so the juice from the ripe grapes is quite dense. So all this high dry content, alcohol and tannin we get from the juice needs to be balanced, needs to be fruity enough, and it needs cellar aging to bring out the world-class ageable fine red wine. So in addition to this contemporary vinification that we do here, cellaring is a very important part of our winemaking. In Orlige, reds are aged 12 to 18 months in French oak barriques, and then another 18 to 24 months in the bottle. This helps, we believe, those tertiary aromas like dried berries, figs, olives, earth, mushroom, and leather that one can taste in our aged reds. In 2020, in an international tasting in Germany, Urliche received 3 gold and a silver medal. In the comments about the tasting, the jury put Urliche Reds quality on par with great estates such as Grand Chiantis, Bordeaux, and Grand Reservas. Well, it's a quite honor, and it's very encouraging, especially when we're trying to promote this ancient terroir for its wines and its produce. You see this beautiful peninsula surrounded by beaches, great produce markets, and lovely weather is under tremendous pressure from housing developments. So to keep beautiful green fields of Urla from turning into housing developments, we have to come up and promote value-added agricultural products. Also, we need to develop agritourism destinations, artisanal farms, where people can experience production and taste the resultant products. This is very popular for visiting. places seeking memorable travel experiences. Since we established in 2002, more boutique wineries started up, opening in Urla, and first there were 5, and now there are 7, and there's more to come. So we developed the Urla wine route. I hope that people interested can check the website www.urlawineroute and see all the other different vineyards in the area. So after we set up our association, we set up to promote Urla, and the tourism in Urla really quadrupled. And more wineries are opening, and something interesting happened during this time, and this is really my last slide. Some chef restaurants started opening in Urla. In addition to the natural produce and delicious food culture already in place for centuries, these chef restaurants brought the attention of more gastronomically inclined visitors. And currently they have started up their Urla gastronomic route. So don't forget to check their website.
Anyways, thank you for joining us from your beautiful backyard.
Okay.
And we will
Thank
connect
you.
soon again, I'm sure.
Well,
Okay.
come back, come to experience Urla for yourselves, okay?
I'm going to, as soon as I can. All right, thank you so much. And now on to the other Bilge,
Yes.
who is the owner of Yedi Bilgel.
Yes, Yedi Bilgeler Winery, yes.
That's right. So you're from Bursa, and you graduated from the HASAP Faculty of Medicine. So we have an architect and a doctor.
I'm an ophthalmologist.
So you love history, philosophy, and wine. You're currently doing the WSET diploma, and you're the Australian Wine Academy judge and International Wine Challenge in London.
Yes.
So thank you for taking the time to be with us.
First of all, I would like to thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to talk about our terroir and our wines. You said I'm an ophthalmologist, and I'm studying Australian Wine Academy in WSET diploma, and also I am wine judge in London. Next, please. Yes, our winery, beside the winery, we have a restaurant and hotel. We will talk about them. Yes, next, please. And our winery is located very close to the ancient city of Ephesus. You know that Ephesus is very close to the Izmir, and 10 kilometers from the sea. And our altitude is 230 meters altitude we have. And Yedi Bilgeler meaning 7 wise men, 7 sages. The names of our wines come from ancient philosophers and scientists of our lands. For example, Thales from Didyma, from ancient city of Miletos. Bias from Söke, is very close to our winery. Anaxagoras is from Urla in Izmir. Ancient city of Klozomanai. Solon, Kilon, they are from mainlands. And we gave our that names to our wines. Next, please, Arlan. Yeah, although there were some bricks, wine production and trade have been made since ancient times in this land. And I'm lucky we discovered terroirs, grape varieties, and winemaking style on this land again. And another lucky, there are over 1,000 grape varieties in Turkey, but most of them are used for Raisins. And another advantage we have, we built modern wineries, and we can transfer knowledge from old world wine countries or new world countries. And I'm following the all literature, scientific publication about wine, because I educated in medicine, and it's easy to follow me for that publication. And I think these are our advantage, because in the we have modern wineries, and we can transfer knowledge. Yes, next please, Alan. Our winery, we established our winery in 2010, and first production was 2011, and the restaurant hotel 2012. And our capacity now is 165,000 bottles we produce per year. And we have 24 hectare vineyards, but we buy some grapes from other vintners. We will talk about the local varieties. Yes, next please. Alan, next please, that slide. Yes, the views from our winery. We produce some fresh and crispy white wines and rosé, and some reds in oak. But we produce white, rosé, and red wines. Yes, next please. From atrium, you see now behind me. Yes, next please. And architect of this winery from Austria, from Salzburg University, Xavier Bindel. We built this building with him. It's it was very exciting experience. And we have a restaurant, Chi restaurant. It's Damla Chef is of our restaurant, and use local products and match them with our wines. It's good opportunity. We lucky because we can match our wines with local products in our restaurant. Yes, next please. Yes, next please. And we have Winifera Hotel, and it has 28 rooms, meeting rooms, and walking areas around the vineyards. Yes, next please. And our area is very touristic area. It's very close to Ephesus, and some people visit us for visiting ancient cities and taste our wines. Yes, next please. Yes, we can talk about our vineyards. Our vineyards are located in two regions, mainly. In Izmir, is Burgaz village, is around winery. Another one, Denizli Güney, and it's about 200 kilometers far away from our winery. Yes, next please. Izmir Burgaz vineyards is altitude is 230 meters altitude, and very interesting soil we have in this region, schist soil, and it has high pH, alkali soil, and it gives good acidity to our wines. And for we planted Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, Malbec, and Syrah in our land, and we import these wines from France, and we planted in 2010. And our red wines is also has good acidity. It's around 3.1, 3.2. It's a good high acidity for red wines. It's interesting. I think it's about clones of our wines, and also about soil and climate, Mediterranean climate, and rain is not too low. This is 680 millimeters per year, and average temperature is around 16. Yes, next please. Another terroir is Güney. It's an exciting and very interesting terroir, and it has good soil. Its altitude is very high, 750 meters above sea level, and clay. Topsoil is clay and chalk, and subsoil is limestone. You can see from that photo. And climate is transition climate from Mediterranean to continental climate. And Average temperature is not too low, it's about 15, but diurnal variation is very high in that, because some part of that terroir like continental, some of them is like Mediterranean, is transition climate, and I think it's the best terroir in Turkey. I think it's very exciting and very interesting. And we planted Sauvignon Blanc, Chardonnay, Cabernet Franc, Petit Verdot, and Syrah, and that from that area, the white grape has good acidity, and around 3 and 3.1. Yes, we can pass the next one. We can talk about the local variety series, and we don't have any local varieties vineyards. I bought that grapes from the vintners, and I think I have responsibility for our local varieties. I want to show my wine making style with local varieties. Because of that, I produced the Emir, Vindemia Defne. The name of that wine is, the grape is Emir. Vindemia Rüzgar is Kalecik Karası, is the variety is Kalecik Karası from Ankara. Emir from Cappadocia. We will talk about them. Yes, next please, Arla. Yeah, Emir from Cappadocia is also that area is very touristic area and very good soil. It's volcanic tuff soil. It has and continental climate, and Kalecik Karası, capital city of Ankara, is very close to the Ankara. It's about 60 kilometers. Yes, next please. We will discuss them detail. Yeah, Kalecik Karası is very interesting grape, red grape, very fresh, fruity reds. It's similar to Gamay and Pinot Noir. Yeah, Kalecik Karası is said to have been grown in Turkey since the Hittite Empire, but we don't have any detail about them. And it has good soil, clay loam, and light alkaline soil structure. And altitude is 720, and continental climate is the average annual temperature is around 10. It gives good acidity also, and fresh, good acidity, fruity red wines. And the rainfall is low, is around 500 millimeters. Yes, next please. And Emir, I'm exciting with Emir, light, fresh variety common in central Turkey, mainly in Cappadocia area, between Kayseri and Konya, is around Nevşehir. And there is two mountains, volcanic mountains, is Erciyes and Hasan Dağı. Between them, it's a good terroir. It's tuff soil, it's volcanic soil, like it's white tuff, not like Etna, but it's a volcanic area. And wines are typically light in color and delicate, fresh, light to medium body, with high acidity and mineral scanted. You can feel with that wine. Our vineyards is above 1,500 meters above sea level. But most of Emir vineyards between 900 and 100 to 200 meters above sea level. But it's the highest vineyards in Cappadocia. And it's continental climate, around temperature is around 10 annual temperature, average annual temperature. And annual rainfall is low, 430 millimeters per year. Yes, next please. And these vineyards from Cappadocia, that vineyards is traditional goblet style vineyards. They are old wheats. It's very nice wines and no irrigation, white volcanic tuff soil. And I love that vineyards also. And these are two local varieties we produce. But this year and for next year, we will produce Öküz gözü from Elazığ, and Borno Muscat, it's the Muscat, grade Muscat from Izmir for local varieties this year. It's exciting, and we discover our terroirs and grapes and winemaking styles. It's good for me. Yes, thank you for listening to me. Hala.
So Mehmet is a journalist, an author, and an educator, and a judge in the wine, beer, and spirits field. So you've been working out of Istanbul, and you're going to talk a little bit today, mostly focused on raki and sort of how that sort of combination of foods goes together.
Thank you very much. Hello. Firstly, happy Sunday, everyone. As it's known, raki made by distilling anise seed with grape alcohol and alcohols obtained from other raw materials is the national drink of Turkey. Having an alcohol of around 45 degrees, raki cannot be drunk alone due to its hardness. It definitely needs food that will protect the stomach from the damage of alcohol. That's why raki has been drunk with appetizers for centuries. Interestingly, the appetizer culture is at least as old as raki. The appetizer, which is said to derive from the word meziden, which means to taste and taste in Persian, was consumed not only at raki tables, but also at wine tables in the days when raki was not widespread. We see such a scene in image number 1. The miniature in the book, named Hübanname, Zenanname, dated 1793, which is in Topkapı Palace Library, depict a legacy having fun in the tavern. On the table, red wine in a carafe, grapes and 3 or 4 kinds of fruit, as well as fish, are also prominent. The hand of the entertaining heiress is in the nuts. The appetizers, which are very popular in all Middle Eastern countries, color and cheer the table and keep the drink conversation long, are very developed in the giant geography of Turkey with different climate and local cuisine cultures. Having served as the capital of the Ottoman Empire for centuries, Istanbul has the richest appetizer culture with ingredients from the vast geography of empire. Aegean, Mediterranean, Marmara, Black Sea, Eastern, Southeastern, and Central Anatolia regions have enriched their appetizer range with the ingredients grown in their lands. Olive oil and herbs came to the fore in the Aegean, and the Mediterranean region was influenced by Middle Eastern countries such as Lebanon and Syria, and used pulses and spices abundantly. Still, connoisseurs liked to drink raki with fresh seasonal fruits as an aperitif the most. Photo number 2 shows one such advertising from 1950s international magazines. Number 2, please, photograph. The most luxurious raki of the period club is drunk with red grapes, plum, and radish. Nuts as snacks are as important as fruit in aperitif drinking. We see this in photo number 3. Yes, this is photo number 2, luxurious raki with some seasonal fruit, and number 3, raki with iced almonds. Nuts as snacks are as important as fruit in aperitif drinking. We see this in photo number 3, accompanied by the peeled almond on ice with raki. Iced almonds are often sold by peddlers. Vendors visit the tables in the taverns and leave a small pinch of almond as a trade, and most of tables buy some because they want the continuation, this flavor. Photo 4, please. However, the king of appetizers in Turkish raki culture is the melon white cheese duo. Well-ripe and fragrant melon and full-fat white cheese are usually the first appetizer, stimulating appetite. The fibers of the melon that swell in the stomach and the fat of cheese that covers in act as a barrier protecting the stomach against strong alcohol. Churros, this left to the raki, the salt and dried fish salad seen in the fourth photo is served with plenty of dill. Fava bean paste, haydari, yogurt with mint and garlic are also very popular appetizers that accompany the raki. Meze varieties can increase much more according to the region and season, as in the fifth photo. Yeni raki, the most popular raki in Turkey, organized an event called 1001 Meze in the early 2000s and had cooks from different regions of Turkey prepare 1001 different appetizers. Maybe some of them were almost the same appetizers that differed from each other with very small differences, but we can still talk about the existence of hundreds, if not 1001, of appetizers. The sixth photograph shows the topic appetizer made from onion, peanut, and chickpeas from a little-known Armenian appetizer, together with pilaki, fava, and churros. The appetizers are not satisfying but tasting, taken with the tip of a fork, and usually a fork of appetizers is eaten after swallowing a small sip of raki. Among the appetizers, fish and seafood have a special place. In the eighth photo, we see the pickled anchovies. In the number 9, we see the hatching made by whipping the carpfish egg with olive oil. This is known as the tarama salata in Europe. Anchovy paste is another popular appetizer. Since the appetizer is small in quantity and will be eaten less, even a small bite should create bursts of flavor. That's why appetizers are usually fatty and spicy. In the photo number 10, we see such an appetizer, hummus, the popular food of the whole Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean countries. This appetizer, which can be eaten cold as well as hot, made of chickpeas and tahini, uses plenty of olive oil. However, it's also common to spill hot butter when the hummus is served hot. This photograph is tarama salata, very famous in the world. Thus, we come to hot appetizers. Although appetizers are usually cold, hot appetizers are also available. There are some of them in plate number 11. Triangle-shaped burek. It can be with cheese or minced meat. There are taverns that cook in deep fried as well as grilled. Potato cheese croquettes, stuffed wine leaves, small meatballs. Hot appetizers always come after cold appetizers. Of course, the only task of the appetizer is not accompany the raki to the palate. The appetizer is also the joy of table. As a matter of fact, in the 1960s, Yahya Kemal, the most famous poet of the period, sipped his raki across the Bosphorus at the Park Hotel, Istanbul's most beautiful view, and noticed that the waiter was taking the beetroot pickles along with the empty appetizers plate on the table. Why did you remove the pickled beetroots? He asks. The waitress says, "Sir, it is at your table every evening, but you don't even get a fork. The words of the great poet reveal another function of the appetizer. I don't have to eat it, son. It's my eye appetizer with its magnificent color. The richness of Turkish appetizer culture has resulted in the world's first appetizer festival, perhaps also held in Turkey. The Meze Festival, held at Accra Hotel on the Mediterranean coast in Antalya, is a magnificent international meze meeting. In this appetizer festival, the last of which was directed by me, thousands of foodies bought their appetizers from the booths of chefs and restaurants from all over the world and tasted them along with raki and sometimes wine. While it's a perfect companion to appetizers, wine sometimes has difficulties in keeping up with the spicy and sometimes vinegar ingredients to appetizers. In the photos numbered 12 and 13, we see the last Meze Festival in Antalya. Passion towards appetizers was badly affected by the COVID pandemic. The fact that restaurants and taverns have remained closed in a third of the last 1.5 years in Turkey has created a longing for those who taste special appetizer more here. Of course, appetizers were also made at home, but for some appetizers requiring some work, taverns were the ideal places. That's why some taverns started serving appetizer to homes. In the 14th photo, we see one of them, popular meyhane Cibali Kapı Fisher. Appetizers sent to homes by courier are placed in small jars on plates and ready to be served. So far, we have dealt with the appetizer culture only in terms of taste. But there are those who also look at the issue from other angles. Stefan Kinzer, who has been the bureau chef of Turkey for the New York Times newspaper for 5 years in the 1990s, in his book Crescent and Star, Turkey Between Two Worlds, my first friend in Turkey told me that if I really wanted to understand their country, I should drink plenty of raki. The annual consumption of raki in Turkey increases by a little more than 1 million liters each year, and my contribution to this increase, but not less, he says. Then he used raki and his Bet's accompaniment appetizers as a political metaphor. With raki, small plates of appetizers come to table every time. Turks love to snack from these appetizers. The appetizer is an appetizer that is taken before the main course. But while the Turks are lingering with appetizers, the main dish often does not come, just like the great fate of Turkey. I don't know if fondness for appetizers is an obstacle to having the main course, but I know that the raki lovers of my country know no limits in creativity and apply these to appetizers as well. Here in this last photo, a new appetizer that I recently discovered in Cappadocia. One of the region's fragrant muscat apples is carved without piercing and filled with raki. After each sip of raki, you slightly bite the rim of the glass carved from the apple. A sip of raki, a bite of an apple. As your raki runs out, your apples are running out too. By the way, not to mention the better taste of the apple that absorbs the raki. In my opinion, Kinzer is unfair. When you are at such a colorful, enjoyable, and varied appetizer table, it's okay even if the main course doesn't come. Yes. End of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mehmet, for your appetizing talk and wonderful history and then culture of drinking raki. So in this session, we will look at the local products of the Aegean region. We talked about olive. We talked about grapes and wine. But now we are going to look at what is specific about the olive and olive oil of Aegean region and the figs, which we didn't talk about. Pelin Ömüroğlu next. She will talk about artichokes, what are special about the artichokes of Izmir.
Hello everyone. I'm an oleolog, organic olive oil producer and a professional olive oil taster and a panelist at the Izmir Commodity Exchange. After studied agriculture, my family and I are founded Ayarya Rüzgarlı Vadi farm and established an olive grove in 1998. I am one of the pioneer agrotourism and oleotourism in the peninsula, and we are organizing events in our farm. This evening, I am very excited to speak about a story and a dream which came true. I would like you to meet our beautiful peninsula with its fascinating product. So I would like to share, please welcome the beauty of Sakız Artichoke land of Urla. Okay, there is a great confusion about cardoon and artichoke in the history. Artichoke is a domesticated and cultivated variety from the wild cardoon, Cinara cardunculus. The ancients, Romans and Greeks knew only cardoon in the Middle East, and there are two gene pools, Eastern and Mediterranean. There are two debates. One says it's cultivated in the Middle East, and the other says artichoke derived by Sicily in the 15th to 16th century. And Arab or Arab-influenced cultivators developed Artichoke Cinara scolymus from the cardoon in Sicily in the early medieval period. And what we know or assume about where Sakız artichoke came from could be from Greek islands, and it's the neighbor of the islands from the Mediterranean. Next, please. Yeah, if we look at the language, all European languages for the artichoke derive from the Arabic. Greco-Romans, Cactos, Cinara, Cardus, Columus, and Arabic, Al-Karsuf, Nasara, Kinaria, or Kankar. Persian, Kankar or Kangar for cardoon, Kinaria. And there is great confusion between cardoon and artichoke with the linguistic size of also. Geographical indication of origin. The Latin name is Cinara scolymus, Sakız. Urla Sakız enginarı is a local artichoke variety and had its geographical indication of origin by Izmir Commodity Exchange with the recognition of International Urla Artichoke Festival in 2014 and 2018. Although Sakız artichoke had its geographical indication name from Urla, this variety originally belongs to Izmir Peninsula. How we grow Sakız artichoke is in grown mild climate, Mediterranean climate, and it's frost intolerant, it's early harvest, and edible part is the heart with bract leaves, flower buds, and the bract leaves are green, green-purple, and open white with a cut. Yes, this is our Sakız artichoke, and if you see the color in the back, is it a little purple, and the artichoke hearts could be purple and flowery. We consume our artichoke with the bract leaves, and it's the most delicious part, and it's very local with the season. Next, please. Yeah, my story with artichokes are how I met artichokes is in between 2001 and 2005. while we were waiting our olive trees to grow. My first organic artichokes, which are 80,000, are grown in our Ayaria Windy Valley farm. We had some difficulty marketing organically product. Back in those times, there were almost no organic product market, but later on, it will push me some new ideas about how to market with the region. With those marketing difficulties, I became one of the pioneers in agrotourism in the region in 2010 with the tasting tours with suckers artichoke and olive oil tasting. Next, please. Yeah, with the supporting producers, I became one of the founder of Urla Suckers Artichoke Festival, and these are the actors of our festival. Next, please. This is the International Artichoke Festival Committee, and we 6 women get together while I was still producing artichokes, and we were very, very happily and trying to make some good implementations about our peninsula, and we ended up having an festival for the artichoke in 2014. And we were having a dream, but in the end, in 3 days, there were over 200,000 people arrived and visit for just the Artichoke Festival. Next, please. Yeah, there were so many volunteers in our festival, and there's one of ours with Bilge, and we were so proud and so really grateful for them to their volunteer works. Next, please. Yeah, we were invited, so many international and national chefs to our festival, and they cooked for us their own recipes. There were so many workshops in the area, and so many guests had opportunity to watch and see their own special recipes with olive oil and artichoke, and they had also have tastings in the area. So it was so crowded and so much interest on our workshops. Yeah, we were so many collaborations with national and international chefs. We had a tasting and a shop in downtown at the area of artichoke festivals. There are some of the recipes that we used to cook and serve during the festival. Yeah, and one of the introduction or Lasakaz artichoke after geographical indication of origin with Izmir Commodity Exchange. We made tastings with Sakaz artichokes after introduction, and we made it food pairing with olive oil, which is the variety of Urla Peninsula Erkence. It was so nice to be with University of Gastronomy, with Izmir Economy University, with Tolga Chef, and we were introduced Sakaz artichoke with the geographical indication. This is how much we love artichoke, and we are the one of the 2 women that we collaborated during the festival. Yeah, there are some outputs of the festival, and they are the route to Artichoke Heart with gastronomy tourism. And Urla became a very popular town in Turkey after the first Artichoke Festival. And chef restaurants are opened, Urla olive oil route created, Urla wine route was happening already, agrotourism increased, and boutique farming with artichoke and the other vegetables were very popular. Yeah, I had a social responsibility project last year as the all festivals are cancelled in all over the world. And as a new era, I wanted to support the producers for them to market their products. So I ended up in my Instagram to Urla Sakız Artichoke Talks with chefs, and they cooked online some recipes, and there were so many people interested in, and I marketed the local Sakız artichokes on my website as a voluntarily, and throughout to Turkey and even Europe, I sell thousands of artichokes.
That's a wonderful presentation of your contribution to the local farming. And this was a great presentation as well, because artichoke is something that people do not necessarily associate with the region. So thank you very, very much again. And then we'll move on to the next speaker, Pınar, who will talk to us about figs and then raisins in the season.
Okay, thank you. I welcome you in Urla for the next time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Pınar Nacak. She's Assistant Secretary General of Izmir Commodity Exchange. She'll tell us about raisins and figs of Izmir.
Hello, audience. I greet you with all my respect. And Mr. AYTUNC presented me, but I would like to tell something about me. I'm agricultural economist and serving for Izmir Commodity Exchange as Deputy Secretary General. And Commodity Exchange were established to manage, regulate sales and purchase of agricultural products. Along with this main activity, we also planning, designing, and executing some projects aiming to protect local products, small farmers, and agricultural heritage. And personally, I'm particularly interested in geographical indication. Within the context of my presentation, I will try to introduce the fig and grapes. In fact, dried fig and raisin, because these are sarılop and raisin and just a second. And when they are dried, they became even more special and unique. And that healthy and tasty, heavenly, creamy, yummy fig and raisin can only be produced in Aegean region. And also, first of all, I would like to give some brief information about geographical indication. Geographical indication is a sign used on specific products. And physical conditions and human conditions are very important for geographical indication sign. And also, geographical indication aims and helps to protect traditional knowledge, heritage, uniqueness of the products, and also provides sustainability. And what is terroir? Terroir means piece of land that adds characteristic to a product, and also terroir and geographical indication are closely related each other. And also, you know, terroir is mean human nature relation is well known as terroir, and human factor and authentic agricultural ecosystem, authentic knowledge and skills impact on the formation of the characteristic of a product. Aegean region, especially coastal Aegean, we can call as a terroir, is unique with a special crops in this of a place Aegean region. And also these crops are grown on its fertile soil by help of the general sun and the creative winds, and of course the cultural heritage. And also, being aware of this richness as Izmir Commodity Exchange started the geography indication studies in 2003 in order to protect this heritage. And firstly, we agricultural cotton and Aegean cotton, Aegean sultanas, Aegean fig was registered in 2003, and also later Urla sakız artichoke, Urla sakız enginarı was registered in 2017. Also Pelin talked about this product very detailed, and also I will give some information about dried fig and raisin. All these products have specific quality, tastes, flavor, also reputation. These products are the symbols of the Aegean region. Aegean region is the homeland of the agriculture and philosophy. In the history, Aegean region and its products have always had a particular place throughout the history. Herodot, Homer, Evliya Çelebi told that Aegean is a special geography. Herodot described Aegean region like this: the most beautiful land under the sky. Please imagine a country in which oil flows from its mountains, honey flows from its plains. These words belong to Evliya Çelebi, Ottoman traveler. Homer calls Aegean Sea a scene in a wine color. And also, Turkey is one of the most important generate origin of the figs. Fig cultivation in Turkey, in Izmir, Aydın provinces. And also figs are described as magic fruits. And sarılop is very important. It's very best quality for dry fig, the dried fig. And harvesting is drying periods are also very special. They are sun-dried. All these procedures are labor-intensive. And also grapes is very important in Turkey. There are 1,200 different types of grape, but only this Turkish Sultana seedless grape was grown in Aegean region. And also cultivated in Turkey, in Izmir, Manisa. And their features large clusters, thin skin, and firm pulp. Sultanas, the name Sultanas given because it is worthy of sultans in Ottoman period, because it is seedless, you know, and also it has rich flavor. In also sun-dried sultanas, you know, under the sun. And dried fig and sultanas exported from the port of Smyrna to Izmir during Ottoman times. Because of this reason, the products are known as all over the world, Smyrna figs, Izmir sultanas. These products are very important products, not only in cultural dimensions, but also in socio-economic dimensions. 30,000 growers for dried fig, there are 65,000 growers for raisin, and also about 80-85% of the production is exported. Turkey is the world leader in dried figs and raisins. And at the end of, we are in the kitchen. Figs have an important place in traditional Turkish kazan, and they consume it as a snack. Indeed, in Anatolia dialectics, a word used for dried fruits, nuts, we use eğlencelik in Turkish. This Turkish word means for fun, for entertainment. These are eaten as an entertainment. Maybe you can see my background. I have some eğlencelik. We are used to eat with coffee or tea, and also these are eaten as entertainment and also served to the guest, or also they are served in special days, wedding, engagement, henna night. And fig and sultanas are used in preparation of numerous traditional desserts, fresh fruit also we are consuming. And this is very special dessert, the sleeping figs. We can use milk and dried fig, and we can add some cinnamon and walnut pieces. It's very, very delicious dessert. And also you can see roasted dried fig. You can eat only roasted fig like this. But if you want, you can eat filling them with roasted sesame seeds and walnut. Really delicious, really. And also jam is made by using male figs. Figs can be stored by adding oregano and laurel leaves so that they gain beautiful aroma, and also we can store them for a long time. And also raisins are used to prepare compote, and ashure cannot be taught without raisin. And raisins are widely used in pastry, bakery, but young people used in it smoothie and granola bowl. And also, food is. I want to tell a sentence. Chinese proverb. Indeed, food is the heaven of the human beings. In order to enter the heaven, we are to consume good foods. Not only, and also we are to be consume not only the bodies, but the souls are to be fed. And it must be known that consuming these products do not make them vanish, but help them to sustain. Our children also need that heaven. Bon appetit.
All look delightful, especially figs. I mean, that region is producing amazing figs, and it's good to see that how you make other products. And I know Izmir Commodity Exchange is working with the farmers, especially women farmers, to promote these local products. So you're doing a great work there. So wonderful. Thank you so much. And then we'll move on to our next speaker of this session, Miss Ümmühan Tibet.
Awesome. Thank you.
Bye-bye. And then we'll have Ümmühan Tibet talking about the olive oil and an olive in Izmir. Welcome, Ümmühan. Good to see you.
How are you?
Very good, very good. Just to remind our viewers and then listener, Ümmühan is chairperson of Turkey's National Olive and Olive Oil Council, and she's been doing that job since 2014. It just tells how respected and successful she has been to stay that long in that kind of very important job. Obviously, she has a tremendous experience in the area. She's also representing Turkey on the International Olive Oil Council as well. So over to you, Ümmühan.
Thank you so much, Ismail Bey. Thank you for the invite me this event to Terroir Talk, Mr. Michael Stein, Ariel Stein, and Sabah Nur Erdemli. Thank you so much for the organize this event. I'm here today to introduce with Turkish olive oil. My talk is particularly relevant to protected designation of origin at extra virgin olive oil of Turkey. Yes, our country is one of their homeland where the immortal olive tree first appeared in the world. As a matter of fact, as you can see in the photo, our country is home to hundreds of monumental olive trees. While it was grown only in the Mediterranean basin about 50 years ago, today the olive tree is grown in more than 40 countries of all the world, from South America to China, New Zealand, Saudi Arabia, etc. In our country, the number of olive trees has increased by 100% from 95 million to 195 million trees. The olive tree has been cultivated in Turkey since time immemorial. Its significance in the country's agriculture is apparent from the aid granted to the sector by the Turkish Agriculture Ministry, which has led to a 100% increase in the number of olive trees within the space of the last 15 years. Turkey's goal is to become the world's second biggest produced country after Spain. Olives are grown in 5 regions of Turkey: Aegean, Marmara, Mediterranean, Southeastern Anatolia, and Black Sea, each with its own distinctive characteristics. As you can see in the graph, the total olive production has been following a regular course over the years. Especially in recent years, we see the effects of global climate change up to 100% in some other producer countries, but this effect is much more limited in our country. So, as you can see in the graph, the goal has been achieved with an average of 1.5 million tons of olive fruit production. However, since our country is one of the most important countries in the production of table olives, in this case, increase isn't reflected in olive oil production. If we had obtained olive oil from all of the olives produced, we would produce more than 300 or 400,000 tons of olive oil. Why have geographical indication at all? For producers, higher prices due to earlier identification and higher quality products. It is very important. Prevention of unfair competition from the other promoted genuine. For the agricultural developments, supporting agricultural economy, spatial distinguished or remote areas, supporting agricultural diversity and new working places. For the producers, for the consumers, authenticated and high quality products, capability choice from a large range of traditional foodstuff, better information, label gives information about origin and characteristics, specific products features. What means protected designation of origin? It is very important for the protected goods in this area. Therefore, in our country has many protected designation of origin by Turkish Patent Institute in extra virgin olive oil. Yes, virgin olive oil is an unique vegetable oil that can be consumed directly, such as obtaining from fruit. and also virgin, extra virgin olive oil as free choice for us. Several agronomic and climatic parameters can affect the volatile and phenolic composition of virgin olive oils. The excellent taste and flavor of olive oil depends on the olive variety, the climate and soil conditions, pest control, the tree's nutritional status, the seasonal conditions, the degree of maturity, the harvest time and harvest method, the working conditions of the olive mill, and the storage methods. The genetic characteristics of the olive cultivar are some of the most important aspects that determine the level of enzymes in fruit that are involved in synthesis of volatile molecules and phenol compounds present in virgin olive oils. Even if enzymatic activity depends on the stage of ripeness, agronomic and climatic conditions also play an important role. Since there are more than 100 ingredients that give the flavor to olive oil that preserves its natural properties, olive oil of different taste and flavor is obtained every year with the effect of the above-mentioned parameters. In addition, our country has registered unique 94 olive varieties in every province, in every district. In fact, the olive tree in every garden produce olive oil in very different flavors every year. The different extra virgin olive oils, distinguished by their different sensory properties of our country, are protected by geographical indications as PDO and PGI. In this context, extra virgin olive oil, total of 11 registered olive oils are produced, including 80 PDO, 3 PGI, and 1 EU registered. Now, I would like to briefly introduce these amazing extra virgin olive oils with you. The Ayvalık variety is a very important and valuable variety in our country, which is used in the production of both high-quality olive oils and also table olives. The fruit has a high oil content, approximately 24%, owing to the quality of the oil, which is aromatic and distinctive chemical characteristics. It is considered to be the most promising of Turkish olive cultivars. Next slide. Overall, overall high-quality Ayvalık extra virgin olive oil has described as full of positive attributes such as fresh almond, green tomato, fresh cutting grass, floral notes isolated from it. Ayvalık Chamber of Commerce has received the protected designation of origin registration as Ayvalık zeytinyağları by Turkish Patent Institute for 15 years. Next slide, please. The town of Ayvalık is also famous for its delicious gastronomic richness, especially when the vegetables such as şevketi bostan, artichoke, and also the other herbs and fish are cooked with Ayvalık extra virgin olive oil. Excellent, delicious meals emerge. Edremit is a popular coastal district of Balıkesir and known as well as for its unique natural wonder, the legendary oxygen storage, Ida Mountains, and olive oil. Olive oil produced with PDO has earned a well-deserved reputation for its sensory properties. When you smell this olive oil and take in your mouth, you are felt the aroma of green apple, grass, olive leaf, and flora. Kuzey Ege PDO olive oil, the dominant variety of this region is Ayvalık olive tree, and the Gulf region is exposed to a climate and flora that blends with oxygen, the flora effect of the humidity in what winds blowing from North Aegean Sea, and rich vegetation in the mountains such as Ida Mountains, Madra Mountains, and Kozak Plateau. Sensorial properties of the extra virgin olive oil has given us green almond, green plum, green apple, tomato with delicious aroma on your plate and your nose. Okay. Memecik variety is very important for our country because of the dominant variety in the southern Aegean, and Memecik varieties include high polyphenol content and very intense and robust sensorial attributes in the best quality in our country. Also, Milas PDO extra virgin olive oil first registered in our country by EU. Akisar Domat variety and Akisar Uslu variety also registered by Turkish Patent Institute, and very interesting sensory attributes for in the extra virgin olive oil. Mut is very interesting, the other district in the southern Mediterranean region. Mut variety, mut zeytinyağları is different sensorial properties, and also high polyphenol content is very interesting for the consumer. Derik halhalı, it is very interesting, and also it is include spicy and intense robust sensorial attributes. Is very good, best quality in this extra virgin olive oil. Go on, please. And conclusion, we have a goal of the in the sector 250 million trees, 1 million hectare production area, and we expected 350,000 tons olive oil. It is important country for the olive oil sector all the world. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, great, Imran. Just last second, which is your favorite one? Which olive oil is your favorite one in Turkey?
As you know, I'm expert of sensorial evaluation, and for me, all the kind of olive oil very nice for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And advise all consumers Turkish olive oil, consume it.
Thank you, Imran. Wonderful.
Hello. So it was a sharp return. Welcome back again. I would like to introduce you to Mr. Ahmet Güzel Yağdöken. I call it Ahmet Abi. Abi, you add it when you respect an elder or if it's your elder brother. So Ahmet Abi always has been a part of my family, and I think he thinks the same. So what he does is he has a restaurant in Izmir called Balmumu Lokanta, which has a great take on traditional Izmir cuisine, and he is not only the gastronomic staple of Izmir, but also he unites a community that celebrates the region's gastronomy. And there would be no more words to actually there would be lots of words to explain him, but I would like to let him explain himself. Welcome Ahmet abi.
Hoş bulduk Maksut. Teşekkür ederim söylediklerin için.
Burada tercüme edeceğim abi. Sen söyledikçe.
Buyurun.
Please.
Her şeyi anlattın. Yani anladığım kadarıyla güzel şeyler bahsettin benimle ilgili. Çok teşekkür ederim. İnşallah güzel bir şey olur, sunum olur bu akşam.
Well, he just thanked me talking. He thought I already talked about him well enough, so he's going to move on to his presentation, and he hopes that you will love the presentation.
Bu akşam için biraz hani bizim coğrafyamızın bir farklı boyutu olan hani denize dokunacağız biraz. Bununla ilgili bir şeyler hazırladık. Balıkla ilgili tabii bizim mutfağımızın ana karakterini temsil eden deniz, Ege Denizi ve Ege Denizi ile ilgili balık ve deniz ürünleriyle ilgili yaptığımız bir sunumumuz var. Onun kültüründen de bahsedeceğiz biraz.
Araya girip tercüme edeceğim Ahmet abi. He would like to touch base on the importance of the seafood on the region. He's going to talk about a seafood recipe and its cultural stories behind it. Actually, he's going to talk about a tradition that has been there for a long while.
Hikayesi olan çok şeyimiz var bizim coğrafyamızda, Ege'de. Bugün de bahsettim. Denizdeki her balığın bir hikayesi var ve bu kocaman denizde çok hikaye var anlatacağımız bize dair.
We have lots of stories in our region, and there are lots of stories to talk about. Sea has lots of stories, and each fish has its own story. So today I'm going to tell you a story about fishes again.
Ve tabii bizim kültürümüzün hikayeleri var. Onlarla birleştirerek birçok şey anlatacağız. 20 dakikalık bir videomuz var.
So, of course, our culture has lots of stories too. So we are just going to combine the stories of the sea and the stories of our culture. We have a 20 minutes video that will explain this story that we want to share with you today.
Bunlar dil balıkları bizim denizimize ait. Yani Ege, from the Aegean. Ege denizine ait Ege balıkları, İzmir balıkları, Körfez balıkları. Sabah bizim balık haline giderek orada seçtiğimiz balıklar. Orta boy bunlar orta boy balıklar. Çok büyük olanları çok pahalı da olabiliyor. Dolayısıyla orta boy balıklar da değerlendirmesi açısından da önemli. Bu balığın şiş haline getirilmesi sembolik bir olay İzmir için. Aslında İzmir'in sembolik lezzetlerinden bir tanesi. Başka yerde yapılmıyor. Yani dünyanın başka yerini bırakın. İzmir haricinde geleneği olan bir şey değil. Hatta İstanbul'da.
Alia?
Türkiye'nin başka yerlerinde yapılan bir şey. Dil şiş. Dil şiş tabii hikayesi olan da bir şey. Eskiden, daha öncelerden, yaklaşık 50 yıllık bir tarihten bahsedebiliriz burada. 50 yıl öncesinde tabii ki İzmir'in, Körfez'in ve denizin durumu biraz daha farklı. Körfez'deki balık çeşitliliğinin bir süre kötü avlanmadan dolayı, yasak avcılıktan dolayı dengesinin bozulmasıyla büyük balıklar yok olmaya başlamış. Eskiden çok büyük balıklar, 8-10 kiloluk, böyle şöyle tarif edebilirim. Özellikle trança gibi, granyoz gibi bu tür iri balıklar plato haline getirilmiş ve genellikle onlardan şiş yapılmış. Şiş geleneğinde de bir parça domates, bir parça biber ve bir parça balık, ama diğer balıktan bahsediyorum, fileto balıktan. Bu balıkların zaman zaman sayılarının azalmasıyla bir alternatif düşünülmüş. Bu alternatif de işte bugün bizim yaptığımız, Harun'la beraber yapacağımız ve özellikle onun da baba mesleği, babasından kalan bir şey. Dolayısıyla baba zamanından yaklaşık, doğru tarih 50 yıl. O geleneği o devam ettiriyor. Biz önce bu balıkların şu kısımlarını şöyle, şuralara birer çizik, iki tarafına çizik atarak bu balıkların derilerini alıyoruz. Sonra da fileto haline getireceğiz bu balıkları. Şöyle iki taraftan, özellikle böyle gördüğünüz gibi derisini bu taraftan almak marifetiyle bunun filetosunu çıkaracağız ve sonrasında da domatesler, biberler ve onlarla beraber kombine edip sonra kömürde pişirip hep beraber şey yapacağız. Göreceğiz mesela. Derisini aldığımız dil balıklarının şimdi iki taraftan filetolarını alacağız. Böyle bir fileto çıkacak. Bu bir taraflı. Bu Harun'un yaptığı filetolar. Bu filetoların sonra rulo yapılıp rulodan sonra nasıl kullanacağımızı da göstereceğiz. Ama öncelikle hazırladığımız balıkların iki tarafından filetolarını çıkarıyoruz. Şöyle gördüğünüz gibi bir balıktan, büyüklüğü küçüklüğü önemli değil, 4 adet şerit çıkıyor. 4 parça çıkıyor. Bu 4 parçada sonra gösterdiğimiz birbirine eklenerek rulo haline getiriliyor. Bir tane örnek yapıyoruz. Bu örnek için ilk materyalimiz domates. Sonra biber. Sonra da balık. Şu. Bu marifet bu. Bundan sonra gene biber, domates, fish. Domates, biber, diyecekler ki niye işin domates yaptınız diye. Ruh halim öyleydi, ondan yaptım.
Merhaba. Merhaba.
Hoş geldin.
Hoş bulduk.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Your country.
Yeah.
Welcome. Would you like to drink the raki?
Yes, yes, I would. This is, as far as I know, a stronger version of ouzo. There are important differences. It goes well with all sorts of starters, and especially fish, as far as I know.
Yes.
And today we're going to have some wonderful.
This is very
mezes.
special.
Yes.
From Egypt.
Aegean region.
They
From
make
grapes.
it,
Yes. Made from grape. It has to be 70% from grape aniseed, I think.
Yes.
It's regulated even by law.
Just nice, not star anise.
For it to be called rakı,
From the Cheshire.
the Cheshire
And it's
region,
from the Cheshire.
in the Aegean region.
Water?
We'll mix it with water and we'll put some ice. Thank you.
I like cold.
Me too, me too. Usually drunk in glasses like this. They're also called rakı glasses, correct?
Şimdi biraz mezelerimiz gelecek.
We'll have the
Böyle
starters.
sadece bizde böyle aperatif olarak için
As part of a meal.
onunla gelişmiş bir rakı kültürü var, bir meze kültürü var.
There's a culture that goes along with it. Starters, meze.
Mezelerde bir tür belki kind of tapas.
Yes, a bit like tapas.
Biraz benzeyebilir. Ama geleneği rakının bir mezeyle başlaması. Böyle aperatif, serin.
And
Ben sağ olun.
this
Teşekkür ederim. This is
green
mixed salad.
mixed salad.
Yes.
Yes.
All vegetables.
Tomatoes,
Hepsi
cucumbers,
mevsimlik ve günlük.
all fresh.
This is
Season.
cacık.
Caciki, as they
Yes.
call.
Cucumber with yogurt.
Yogurt and cucumber. A little bit of olive oil, I think, as well. This is
Bu
pickles.
hepsini ben yaptım bunların bu arada.
All made by you. Great. All prepared by you.
Zucchini.
Zucchini pickles.
Pickles.
Yes. Aubergine,
Turşu.
zucchini, aubergine değil mi şey?
Yok bu zucchini kabak.
Kabak.
Yeşil
Tamam.
kabak. Yeşil kabak.
I didn't know you had a pickle version of
This
of
is
zucchini.
classic. With
Fat
raki.
white cheese. This goes
White cheese.
wonderfully with rakı. This is, yes, a must-have if you drink rakı.
If you like the hot pepper. Too hot. Be careful.
Yes, I don't think I'll get near it. With yogurt, I think, is it? Yoğurt değil mi için bu
Evet.
ortasındaki?
Süzme yoğurt.
Okay.
Bu bir çeşit marine benim yaptığım bir sardin.
Marinated sardines. Okay. Again, you prepared this, of course.
Yeah. Bu benim yaptığım bir churros. Bu churros uskumru, English mackerel.
Mackerel.
With salty. After olive oil, red onion.
Wonderful.
Hepsi işte meze.
These are all starters, meze category.
I like the hot pepper green, but
Green hot pepper. And then later on we'll have the fish, which
They can start.
Yes, let's do. Şerefe. I am served by the master here.
This is plum cheese from the Izmir.
Again,
this classic cheese.
Yes.
This Izmir plum.
There's another version famous in Turkey, Erzincan. Is it Eastern Turkey? But this is equally famous from this region, İzmir tulumu. Slightly salty.
Evet, tuzlu. This cheese is ran out years ago. How many years? 2.5 years old.
Wow, 2.5 years old. I'll take some.
My surname.
Yes, yes, that's true. Ahmet Bey's surname is a bit difficult to translate in English, but the one he pours good olive oil, quality olive oil. So really lives up to his name right now. Great olive oil. Great. And we have the Bay of İzmir. We just came out of a lockdown, by the way. So things are getting better slightly.
Bu arada herkes bize bakıyor. Çünkü şimdi buranın en aykırı figürü biziz.
People are looking at us because the restaurants right now are closed. We're out of the ordinary. We have a special permission to film this.
Bir yasak var.
There is a lock for restaurants. They are not supposed to be open. This place is not open for customers.
Ama bizim özelliğimiz olsun.
But yes, we are special and we have no complaints at all about sitting here like this.
Her şeyi çok fazla yiyemeyiz. Böyle tadımlık yapıyoruz. Tadımlık çünkü bütün her şeyi kurguladığımız bir dil balığımız var daha biliyorsun.
Yes, we have the main course, a different type of sole, parts of which you see now, how it is prepared. So we're having, a little of everything, and save some space for the sole. This is also great.
Ve tabii bunları böyle tadına baktıktan sonra içeriye gidip bugün hazırladığımız dil balıkları şiş hazırladık ya. Onları kömür ateşinde pişireceğiz.
And we prepared the fish. Now we're going to soon go inside and cook them on charcoal. They will be cooked in grill form on charcoal fire, which is a must-have, I think, for this. Charcoal fire is the most important.
Çok önemli çünkü o kömür. Ve şunu iddia edeceğiz. Buradan iddialı bir gönderi bir şey söyleyeyim ben. O dil balığı sadece bize aitmiş. Biz derken sen ben o kıvamında değil, İzmir'e aitmiş.
The way this type of sole is prepared and cooked is very peculiar to this area, to Izmir, to the Aegean region. You don't see anything like it elsewhere. It was almost invented in the 50s, 1950s, 60s. We'll talk about it. When the bigger fish became more and more scarce. But it being cooked like on skewers and on charcoal fire is very specific to this city and area.
Onun için hani hikayesi her şeyi anlattık zaten buraya ait. Ama bunun pişirme, yapma ama yeme ritüeli de o da bizden.
The way it's cooked, but also the way it is eaten, the way it is served. This is also a specialty of this area.
Yani full ritüel.
We have the full ritual here, the full treatment. Yes.
Peki. Balıkları pişirmeye gidelim. Bunları yiyerek şey yapacağız.
Yes, we'll fill ourselves eating these. So we'll go inside to cook the fish, and then we'll follow with eating the fish.
Hadi let's go.
Hadi gidelim.
Yes, Harun.
Wonderful, the fish here. Harun is the owner of this premises, this restaurant. He's kindly helping us today.
Since your father.
Yes, his father also is owns the restaurant, runs a restaurant specializing in fish.
Geleneksel bu balıkçılığı yapan
traditional, well-known.
Bugün hazırladığımız balıklar.
This is the fish we prepared earlier today.
Charcoal
fire is here, ready.
Kömür ateşi çok önemli bizim için.
That's the most important.
Ve bu balığın, yes chef, bu balığın direkt olarak ateşte pişmesi çok önemli.
Directly on to the charcoal.
A kind of kebabs.
Like kebab on skewers. Yes,
Ve direkt olarak buna temas ettiğinde
almost touching the fire.
Evet. Hiç ızgara yok, tel yok, hiçbir şey yok.
Nothing else.
Böyle.
Okay. The fire is medium to strong, I think.
Zaten hazır bir ateş bu.
It's been prepared already.
Bu çok önemli. Yani bu direkt olarak bu şey denilmesi.
No grill, nothing.
Teknik olarak
Technically that's
kebap.
Yes.
Çünkü kebap bu. Yani et olması gerekmiyor kebap olması için. Kebap olması için kömürle arasında hiçbir şey olmaz.
That's the definition of kebab. Nothing for you, nothing between the fire and the food.
Ve bunun üzeri şeyle yağlandı.
You put oil on it.
Ve yavaş yavaş dumanlar çıkmaya başladı.
Yes, we start seeing the smoke.
Çünkü kebapta da öyle. Kebabın yağı kömürün üzerine düşüp onun dumanıyla da
the oil drops onto the fire and then the smoke goes through the food. Yes.
Çok önemli olan yani bizim dünyadaki balık pişirme tekniğimiz açısından da ızgara balık bizde farklı.
This is what's most distinct about the technique of grilling fish in this part of the world.
Ben çok iyi olduğumuzu iddia ediyorum bu konuda.
We argue that we are very very good on this. One of the best.
Bu bir tarafı böyle kızaracak daha şey olacak. Beyaz tarafı böyle bak.
It already started.
Pişmeye başlayacak. Sonra da bir tarafını da pişirdiğinizde her şey hazır olacak ve servis edip süper finale.
Yes.
Fish is coming.
Oh, great.
With Harun. Served by Harun.
Wonderful. The fish is cooked. Great.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh.
The skewers are off.
Super.
It's great. We have this as well.
Final. I like this. Tomatoes.
Yes. I like to eat it with the tomato on top. Yes, I like to put the tomato on it. Maybe a bit of the pepper.
Lemon.
Yes, or some.
I like acidity.
You like the acidity?
And
some olive oil.
Certainly. For you?
Yes, please. Great.
Ha?
Evet.
Aslında kadar sakin ve dengeli bir pasta. Evet, biz gelenek güzel bir şey yaptık ama yabancıya bizim aynı kültürden olmayan birine rakı içirmekle ilgili, içirebilmekle ilgili ne kadar köylü olursa olsun süreklilik getiremeyebiliriz.
Ve rakı için bu çok güzel bir ortam.
Bu bir ortamda bu balıkla, bunu özellikle paylaşmak isteyeceğim. Bu balıkla yani bir defa deneme anlamda ama sürekli kültürümüzü empoze edip sürekli onu yapmasını bekleyemeyiz.
This is great to introduce someone to drink rakı. It goes great with the fish. It will have some continuity. So this is a great meal as an introduction to drinking rakı, eating mezes, having a wonderful fish. It's tasty, it's not difficult to prepare, it doesn't demand a lot from you. So it's a wonderful choice.
Onun burada bezeler, çok şeyler, çok sarımsaklı ya da soğanlı, çok baskın ya da strong bir şey değil.
The starters also are not very strong. They are mellow in taste, they go well with the food, they don't dominate the fish or the drink. So what you have is a harmony of different foods.
Biraz daha böyle sakin.
Yes. More laid back.
Özellikle balık da çok sakin.
Yes, it fits in wonderfully with the rest of the table, with what's on the table.
Ve zeytinyağı istediği şeyler.
Yes, goes well. Indeed demands some olive oil.
Demek istediğim şu ki, eğer sizi sevdirmek istersek, güzel bir bölgenin güzel bir beyaz bir şarabınla da size yedirebiliriz. İkram edebiliriz.
Very well with a again locally grown dry white wine.
Ve özellikle mesela bize ait bu bölge bir Bornova isminde bir muskat.
A Bornova muscat type of white
Yani
wine.
bizim için çok özeldir.
Very special to this region.
Bir şeydi, aromatik.
Has
Biraz
a
da
wonderful
asiditesi
flavor.
yüksek bir
High in acidity.
şarap yakalarsak aslında bunun içerisine bunu da çok rahatlıkla katabiliriz.
That type of wine complements this very well. The food and the mezes.
Çok her şeyle uyum sağlamasıyla ilgili asla tereddüt etmek gerekiyor.
This is a very safe kind of fish that goes well with the rest, complements the others. Not very demanding, but fits in extremely well.
Sağlığına,
şerefinize, hot sante.
Ağzınıza sağlık valla. O kadar iştahlandık ki burada gerçekten. I was just telling Ahmet abi that we were so deliciously feeling hungry and would pay a lot to be on their table, I guess.
Bu geleneksel bir masa oldu. Biraz ritüeli ve seremonist oldu.
This has
Sanırım
been a
her
very
şeyi
traditional
anlatabildik.
table. This has been a very traditional table with the tradition and the ritual of it as a great ceremony, and he thinks that he could express what he wanted to say. Ahmet abi, ben çok fazla vaktimiz olmadığı için bununla alakalı bir soru sormak istiyorum.
Tabii ki.
Sen sorunun cevabını düşünürken İngilizceye çevireceğim. Senin de bahsettiğin gibi 50 sene öncesinde bir ihtiyaçtan dolayı bu dil şiş ortaya çıkmış. Bir yandan da biliyoruz ki İzmir ciddi anlamda Yunanistan adalar ile çok ilişki içinde. Sakız Adası çok İzmir'in dibinde. Aynı zamanda çok Girit'ten insanlar var. Ve bir yandan da ciddi bir sefarat topluluğu var. Bunun gibi özellikle deniz kültürüyle alakalı şeyi sormak istiyorum. Mesela İstanbul'da sefaratlar buraya geldikleri zaman, Türkiye'ye geldikleri zaman kültürlerini beraberinde malzemelerini getiremeden kültürlerini getirebildikleri için bazı lezzetleri, bazı yemekleri burada bulabildikleri ürüne adapte etmişler. Örneğin Portekiz ve İspanya'daki meşhur bakalaolarını burada mezgitle yapabildikleri için bacaleros demişler. İşte kefalle yaptıklarında likorinos demişler. Bunun gibi benzer örnekler de İzmir'de var mı? Onu sormak istiyorum. Biraz ondan bahsetsen ve ondan sonra da final olarak kapatsak. Ben şimdi İngilizceye çevireceğim. Şey yapmadan önce. I just wanted to ask Ahmet about this. There is a great relationship between the Greek islands and Izmir region, Aegean region especially, thinking that Chios Island is very close to Izmir Peninsula, and also there is lots of people from Crete and other islands too. And on the other hand, all in the Aegean part of Turkey, there is a big Sephardic community. As far as I know, Sephardic community coming from Spain and Portugal, which they couldn't bring their ingredients with them, but the culture and the traditions together. So thinking the specialty of Spain and Portugal, bacalao, instead of doing it with cod, because they cannot find it in Aegean Sea, they used to use haddock and gray mullet. So they did it with haddock, they called it bacaleros, and when they did it with gray mullet, they called it likorinos. So my question was to Ahmet abi, is there any recipes that would fulfill this needs of bringing the culture within the geography that they moved into?
Evet. Benim cevaplarım hemen hazır Maksut.
Harika.
Şöyle, tabii bu bir şeyi ileriye taşıyabilmekle ilgili, saklama koşullarını geliştirmekle ilgili bir durum. Ve o dönemde kullanılan en önemli malzeme tuz.
Evet.
İstersen bunu anlatabilirsin.
Tamam. His answers are already set and good to go. It is all about evolving the strategy of saving the produce. So in order to save a produce for later use, especially when we are talking about seafood, it is salt.
Ve bunun için hemen başlangıçta bu kültürlerin beraberinde getirdiği lakerda, hepimizin bildiği.
To begin with, this culture has brought with them was lakerda, which is cured bonito.
Chirros.
Chirros, which is salted and sun-dried mackerel.
Mackerel. Tuzlu balıklar var, sardalya gibi.
Salted fish like sardines and anchovies.
Balık yumurtasından yapılan tarama var.
The tarama salata that is made from the fish roe.
Tabii bunların en önemlisi benim bal mumunun lokantanın adını koymamla ilgili bir şeyi muhafaza edip mumla kaplayıp daha ileriki zamana taşıdığımız balık yumurtası var, botarga var.
Well, as I mentioned you, his restaurant's name is Bal Mumu Lokanta, which I didn't translate it to you. Bal Mumu is a beeswax. So simply, his take on his restaurant is to save and preserve for later use, for the better. So he is specialized on botargas that he covers it with beeswax, which actually I am using in my restaurant too. His produce.
Benim için de zaten bu kültürlerin İzmir'in zenginliğini ifade etmesi, gastronomisi ve genel kültürüyle ilgili zengin olmasının sebeplerinden bir tanesi de senin bahsettiğin Musevilerin, Ermenilerin, Levanten Hristiyanların, Rumların ve Türklerin hep beraber yaşamasından kaynaklanan bir kültürün oluşmasıyla ilgili.
Son olarak toparlıyorum Ahmet abi, sonra teşekkür edeceğim. What he believes is all these cultures melting in the same pot with the Turks, with the Sephardics, the Greeks, Armenians, and Levanten Christians. This creates a great harmony and makes Izmir's cuisine is very rich. So I would like to thank to Ahmet abi for his beautiful presentation on your behalf. Ahmet abi çok teşekkür ederim sunumun için ve paylaştıkların için.
Ben teşekkür ederim sana.
İsterdik saatlerce konuşalım, özellikle rakı masasında. I
İnşallah.
wish to talk to him for many hours, drinking raki and cheering together. Hopefully we will do it next time.
Let's all do it together.
Teşekkürler. Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you so much, Ahmet. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful video. I appreciate it. Thank you, Maksut. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
Yes, see you later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So we're moving on through the great cuisine of Istanbul and the Aegean, and we're back in Istanbul with two food professionals who are going to tell us a little bit about the custom of dessert. We have Mary Eisen, who's a food writer and a researcher. We have Ersin Pea, who is an entrepreneur, formerly a political scientist, who now has 3 shops in Istanbul and sells artisanal ice cream, which you wouldn't necessarily attach, at least from a North American perspective, to Turkey as part of a culture. But Ersin, it was interesting to read some of your materials and the history, of course, that the Turks had a long-standing tradition of ice cream. So I'm interested, and we're all interested to see your presentations. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to start right off the top with Mary. Mary, Mike's going to play your slide for you, so you just have to let him know when to switch those slides out, and I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. So good evening to everyone, and I'm a food historian, and my main interest has been particularly sweets and puddings. And in Turkey, these are very varied because they originated in so many other food cultures as well as the Turkish itself. So there's medieval Persian and Arab cuisines, some from Central Asian Turkish cuisine, and the Ottoman cuisine itself developed many others. And the best known are, of course, are baklava and Turkish delight. And baklava was invented in the 15th century and Turkish delight in the 18th century. But less well known are the many puddings made with milk, clotted cream and fresh cheese, which I'll look at briefly just now. And as a people with a pastoral heritage, the Turks use a lot of dairy products. And in the 8th century, they were described by the Chinese as milk-drinking barbarians. Could I have the next slide? I'll begin with muhallebi, which is ground rice pudding. And this originates in Arab cuisine. And it's so much nicer. My mother used to make, in England, she used to make ground rice pudding, but it was sort of gritty and not very nice. But here they do a very long, slow cooking, stirring constantly for up to an hour, and the texture, of course, is so much makes that wonderful texture. And in the 15th century, they used to pour rose water over it, and that is still the way. There's another kind of muhallebi made with water instead of milk, which is a very light version. It's delicious, called su muhallebisi, and they pour rose water over that still today. And another version that was invented much later in the 19th century is something called keşkül, or keşkülü fukara, and that was contained ground almonds or sometimes ground pistachios. And in the picture on the left, you see tavuk göğsü, which is chicken breast pudding. And this is the same as it's made with ground rice and finely shredded chicken breast. And this gives the pudding an interesting sort of stretchy texture, but you don't get a chicken flavor. And this version also originated in Arab cuisine, and it was adopted not just by the Turks, but also by the English, the French, and the Italians as well. And in Europe, it was known as blancmange. Of course, not the blancmange we know today, which is a very different thing. The original version with chicken was made in Europe until the 17th century, but then forgotten. And it also disappeared in the Middle East. So today, Turkey is the only country where it has survived after around 1,000 years of being made. And it was a favorite of the Ottoman Sultan Mehmet II. We know that from the palace kitchen registers. And foreigners who happened to eat it also enjoyed it. So one example is a 19th century American naval physician called Kay, and he tasted it as a banquet in Istanbul and described it as an exquisite dish. It really is very tasty. And then on the right picture, you can see something called kazandibi, which is a caramelized version of tavuk göğsü. And the name kazandibi means the bottom of the cauldron. So presumably this was because customers asked for the part from the bottom of the cauldron where it had become caramelized, and then the cooks, thought this was to make everybody happy. They developed a method whereas every single piece was caramelized, and both of these puddings are made into rolls. And this is rice pudding. and it's called sütlaç in Turkish, which means milk food, and it seems a very humble sort of dish to us today, but in the past it wasn't. In the early 16th century, Italian aristocrats were so enamored by this Turkish pudding that they served it at banquets by the name riso turcesco, Turkish rice. And it is mentioned several times in Cristoforo Messiburgo's book on banquets, published 1549, and in the famous recipe book by Bartolomeo Scappi, who was chef to Pope Pius V. And Scappi describes it in his book as Turkish rice with milk served with sugar and sprinkled with cinnamon. This is güllaç. This is a very interesting pudding. It has some sort of origins, but rather different. But the idea of the starch wafers goes back a long way. But in Turkish cuisine, the starch made of wheat starch, you make a sort of a batter with thin batter with wheat starch and water and sometimes and some egg white, and then this is made into these very thin wafers. The picture at the upper left is one I made from a 15th century recipe, and it worked out amazingly well, really. I made it in a stainless steel pan, frying pan. Below, you can see it being made professionally, and in fact, people don't make them themselves at home. This has always been a professional job, and you go and buy them. And so they have these special sort of flat griddles. You can see they pour the batter onto this flat iron griddle. The excess pours off back into the pan, and then you put it over the fire, and it makes the very thin wafers. And then you stack them and pour sweetened hot milk over, fill it with ground. Between the layers, you fill with ground walnuts, and then you decorate it, pomegranate seeds, whatever you want. And it's a very light pudding. It was particularly a favorite during Ramadan. And it still is. It's just Ramadan just finished here, and the shops, all the little grocery stores, the big supermarkets, they were full of packets of güllaç wafers. Yes, and this is, all these milk puddings are sold in special restaurants called muhallebici, a milk pudding shop, which originated in Istanbul in the Ottoman period. And one of these shops became famous in the 1960s as a meeting place for hippies traveling through Istanbul on their way to Afghanistan and India. And they called it the pudding shop, and it still exists today. And it is situated close to Topkapı Palace and the Blue Mosque. So that's the picture on the right, is the pudding shop. And on the left is a picture of the glass display place in a muhallebi, a milk pudding shop in another city called Eskişehir. And you can see they have around 8-10 varieties of milk puddings, including some made with chocolate, various kinds. The picture in the middle is a 19th century picture of a ground rice pudding muhallebi seller, a street seller. So they went around parks, streets, selling it, and they they put their tray on a stand, and they had a rack at the back with some pretty china dishes on and little special triangular spoons to eat it with. And so you just called them over when you were, family outing in the park, and they served you. And clotted cream, called kaymak, is a very important part of Turkish dessert cuisine. And it has a long history, and going back at least to the 11th century. And the best is made from water buffalo milk, and it's a snowy white colour. It's never yellow like cow's milk. Also, butter made from water buffalo milk is also white, and it's very high fat content compared to other types of milk. And the milk is simmered for 5 to 6 hours until a thick layer of clotted cream, about 1 centimetre thick, forms on the top. It's left to cool, and then they cut the cream into large squares and roll it up again. And clotted cream is used, you can eat it for breakfast with honey or jam, or very often it's used as a filling for or a topping for pastries and puddings of many kinds. In the past, they used to use it as a filling for baklava, but you don't find baklava today with clotted cream in the middle because you can't put it in the oven. You have to make it in 2 layers and then fill it later. Commercial bakers don't do it. And this clotted cream is described in, I think it was 1432. There was a Frenchman named Bertrand de la Broquière, and he was traveling across Turkey in the 15th century, coming back from pilgrimage to Jerusalem. And he was invited by Turkish travelers, sort of south of Istanbul somewhere, to have a wayside meal. And that meal consisted of a spit roast lamb, grapes, and clotted cream. And afterwards, Broquière wrote, "We also had some kaymak of buffalo cream, and it was so good and sweet that I ate of it till I almost burst." And the picture on the right-hand picture is quince, stewed quince with clotted cream on top, and the quinces are sort of stewed in syrup, and they go that red color, sort of a soft red color of their own accord. Although sometimes you do find people add coloring, but you shouldn't need it at all. That's very delicious. But there's lots of other puddings that you can add, put clotted cream on, or stuff with clotted cream, like stewed figs. Thank you. So now I come to sweet dishes made with fresh cheese, and there are an amazing number of these all over the country. There's varieties of these various cheese things, and the most common one is cheese helva, and there's at the top left, that's a kind of cheese helva. It's made with flour, fresh cheese, and sugar, and cooked in a pan for quite a long time, stirring all the time. It's quite heavy work, and sometimes after it's cooked in the pan, they spread it into an oven dish and put it in the oven, and then it gets this lovely sort of crunchy golden topping. That's my favorite, actually. And then a couple of years ago, a friend of mine, I think he was an academic of some kind, I can't remember. Anyway, he and his family were going to their hometown, and they took me along because the village where he was brought up, called Ahmetler in Bilecik province, which is south of Istanbul, there they make a completely different kind. The ingredients are more or less the same, but they make it into little patties and then fry them in oil. And so we watched the lady make that, and of course tasted them. That was very interesting. Not known anywhere else as far as I know, apart from that one village. Yes, here are a few more variations on the cheese pudding theme. The one on the left, you can see at the top, this is, or start with the bottom, they're little baked round sort of spherical cakes made of flour, fresh cheese, and sugar. Oh no, sorry, not sugar, but flour and fresh cheese. And they're baked until they're hard, and then they're sold in packets. So you just go to the shop and buy the packet. Nobody usually makes them at home. Maybe in certain regions they do. And then you simmer them in sugar syrup, and they swell up, and they make this delicious thing called cheese pudding, which you can see at the top left picture. And on the right, this is baklava filled with cheese. And this was much more common in the Ottoman period. It was known in Istanbul too, but no one in Istanbul remembers it now. But it still exists in regional cuisine. So The one you see there is made in a small town near Izmir, and it's filled with whey cheese. It's very, very nice. And there are other versions made with either fresh full-fat cheese or whey cheese in Eastern Turkey, Northern Turkey, Southern Turkey. Some places it's sort of survived. And one at the bottom is a kind of pide. It is a leavened flatbread filled with cheese, baked in the oven, and then syrup is poured over it. And there are various other versions of very, very thin pastry folded like an envelope and then filled with cheese and then baked, and then you sprinkle powdered sugar over the top, that kind of thing. And there are very many of these. In fact, I have a friend who's a historian, actually a historian of the Crimea, but he's also very interested in food, and he's got a particular interest in puddings made of cheese, and he's collecting recipes. He's travels all over the country whenever he can, sometimes to history conferences, and he collects recipes. He's collected over 150 recipes for cheese puddings of various kinds. And so you can see how many of them there are. And anyway, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Mary, that was excellent. And I had no idea. I mean, I think of Turkish desserts as being kanafe and baklava, but I don't think of the wide expanse of, creams and puddings and everything that you just explained. So that was hugely interesting. And now I need to go and try some more of those desserts.
Yes, I hope so.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Now we're going to turn it over to Ersin, who's going to fill our dreams with ice cream.
Hello, everybody. So I think this is the sweetest part of the session.
It is sweet.
I just would like to, just put some couple of, scoopers ice cream on top of Mary's desserts tonight for you. Dondurma is a general name of frozen dessert actually in Turkey that encompasses both ice cream and sorbet in Turkish. All through the history, we see frozen desserts almost in every civilization. The Turkish civilization, starting from the Middle Asia, also knew how to store and use snow. That, of course, this is a tradition was conveyed to Anatolia. On the left-hand side, you're just seeing the snow pits that the snow is being stored actually all through the summer and all the seasons. When we come to the 17th century, we see frozen dessert recipes in Ottoman palace records, especially frozen sherbets, mainly made with the snow brought from nearby mountains, which is named Uludağ from Bursa, and stored in the wells in Istanbul. Parallel to Sultan's menus, Anatolian towns were consuming similar frozen dessert with different names, depending on the regions, such as snow halva, karsambaç, which calls the sweet snow, bici, sweet ice, etc. Mainly made by mixing snow with molasses and the fruit sherbets. These used to be very commonly sold in the public markets, in bazaars actually, and all through the Anatolian, and still we can see this kind of this snow desserts actually all over Anatolian towns. When sugar became basic commodity, ice cream got cheaper, and it has started to be sold on the streets of Istanbul in the 19th century. The first Turkish food book, written by 1856 by Ali Eşref Dede, named Yemek Risalesi, a kind of brochure, have had 3 ice cream recipes, 1 with milk, 2 without. In the same period of time, a very special type of ice cream was made in Anatolia, which is still very popular in Turkey. Before introducing this ice cream, it is imperative to explain a very popular hot drink called salep, made with milk and sugar and salep, and consumed on cold winter days. Here, the keyword salep is the most important ingredient of the Turkish ice cream. Salep is the root of an endemic wild orchid flower that grows on the mountains, valleys, and plains in the different sizes and the kinds. On the left-hand side, you see the flower and the roots of this salep. These are the salep roots actually. These delicate wild orchid roots are picked in the spring by hand, boiled with water or milk, dried under the sun, and ground very fine in stone mills. The thickening agent, galactomannan, and the special mild flavor of salep gives an excellent viscosity and very distinguished taste to Turkish ice cream. It's a very common story that Osman Aga, Mr. Osman, from Marash, the southern Eastern Anatolian city actually, a salep seller, after selling his saleps all day, wants to save the remains for the next day. And he covers the salep with snow all night. The next morning, he finds the salep frozen. The texture was a bit sticky and it was delicious. Then he thinks, why not to sell this? And this is the story, origins of the world famous Marash ice cream of today. The basics of Marash ice cream is goat milk, sugar, and salep. Making process is very simple. Just boil them together and freeze. However, it is the finishing that gives the distinguished texture and the taste. To achieve this texture, the ice cream is beaten for hours with a special stick that makes ice cream stone hard, which can be cut by knife, even hung to display. Today, you can see such ice cream shows, especially in holiday resorts all over Turkey. On the left-hand side, you are seeing the ice cream hang over the, and it's being cut by hand, by knife. In short, the traditional Turkish ice cream originates from such historical roots that starts from sherbet and snow halva, which is the origins of sorbet. And it's very different salep, distinguished salep ice cream, which is hardly found anywhere than other Turkey. When we come to dondurmacı, actually, we have started to establish in 2010, which is, we are celebrating the 11th year of today. Actually, before that, it was a kind of hobby for me, and still is, to be honest, because this is our second business. And I used to be working in the kitchen until I was kicked out by my wife. Now she's managing the production. Now we are running about 3 shops in Istanbul. And I would say, I'm proud to say that we are trying to follow the salep and the sherbet tradition in developing our products. We are grinding our own saleps in small mill, preparing our own ice cream and sorbet recipes, and developing our own different traditional ice cream desserts. These desserts actually, as Mary has already told you, this is kind of, for instance, chicken breast pudding ice cream. This is a version of ice cream which we made for. This is tahini and orange ice cream, which we made out of tahin. Halva ice cream, which is kind of another, especially the dessert eaten after the, especially the fish meals, and this is that's what we are making for, and especially with the other Turkish desserts and ingredients. This is starch waffle pudding, which is güllaç ice cream. Actually, Mary has already explained, and she said she made a kind of güllaç by herself. This is the ice cream version of it. We are just, marinating the ice cream layers, the güllaç layers in the milk, and the next day, after getting marinated, we are just mixing with milky ice cream and embellishing with them with nuts and cherries and so on. And this is especially good for the Ramadan days. And when the Ramadan comes to the summer, then it goes very well with the Ramadan meals. Here's some sorbets of traditional Ottoman sherbets like rose water. Boza. Boza is another winter drink which has been consumed actually winter days. And we're also having, the sorbet of nice winter drink, rose water, pomegranates, and so on. The most important thing is the supply chain, actually, to be honest, because this is the most, we are trying to be natural, we are trying to be organic, not exactly organic because there is not, the organic sugar actually in Turkey. So we are trying to be as natural as possible. We are trying to be good, we are trying to have the very nice and very good and the delicious ingredients, having cherries, having vanillas and so on from our suppliers, especially from cooperatives from the south, women cooperatives, and the local producers. We are not using any preservatives, artificial additives and flavors, food coloring and so on. And also we are trying to be as sustainable as possible. and trying to use less water, less energy, and you're trying to build up, the water tower, just trying to circulate reuse the water actually, and for the using less and less water actually. So these are our main objectives nowadays. So this is one of the shops in Istanbul. So in Nişantaşı, as you might know. So thank you for listening to me now.
Ersin, thank you so much for your presentation. It has been very, very enlightening. We do have a question from the audience, which I want the answer to as well, because select came up, and I just quickly Googled it and figured out that it was an orchid root.
Yes.
In Berlin, the vendors here serve it as a hot drink in the winter, and one of our other guests said, Nazmi, as Palestinian origin, said that that's the way it's served there. So what does it taste like? What's the flavor profile of salak?
That's a very distinguished taste, to be honest. Actually, it's really difficult to say it's something like this. I mean, this is I mean, you just need to taste it. Actually, it belongs to the Middle East. It's not only in Anatolia, but also in the Middle East. Some part of Middle East has the salep as well.
Okay.
Describe the taste.
Okay. And then one thing that has nothing to do with your presentation or your ice cream shop, but I am curious, in Istanbul, there's this reputation of ice cream tricksters. What's the tradition of that?
What is it? Sorry? Ice cream?
The tricksters, where they pour you the ice cream and then they steal it away.
This is actually, all right. This is the kind of, I tried to explain that I didn't put the pictures actually on. But as you would remember, there was an ice cream just hung on actually, just trying to cut. Somebody was trying to cut actually on the stone hard ice cream actually. This is similarly this is traditionally actually the Marash ice cream sellers are doing kind of a show actually. So they're just it's very hard. It's very sticky. So when you put on the stick, it it doesn't move. So it's very easy just to play with the people. So this is kind of a fun. So I mean, it's not only in Istanbul, actually, it's all over Turkey. I mean, especially on the southeast and southwest and the west of Turkey, and all their resorts. And you can easily see those people actually playing with the people and having fun with them.
You know what? It's very good fun. And ice cream is always good fun. So we really appreciate you coming tonight and telling us your story.
Pleasure for me too. Thank you very much indeed.
All right, Ersin. Have a wonderful evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I would definitely love to try this güllaç ice cream of Ersin's one day, hopefully. I'm not sure if I have to wait for Ramadan again, because it's next year. So, welcome, Fatih. I just wanted to say, Arlene, we talked about history, traditions, spices, flavors and ingredients, olives, wines, local ingredients. Beautiful dish with fish dish at a rocky table.
That looked epic, by the way.
Desserts and ice creams, but there was one thing missing. Now it is time for Turkish coffee after all this menu. Fatih is here with us. Fatih Aslan, nice to meet you, Fatih.
Thank you for coming.
He's an amazing coffee roaster. But he will speak for himself, and I think he will enlighten us about Turkish coffee and its history and traditions.
Merhaba, ben Fatih Arslan. Burası benim iş yerim. Burada ne mi yapıyoruz? ...1517 yılında Osmanlı İmparatorluğu egemenliğindeki Yemen'e vali olarak atanan Özdemir Paşa'ya kahve ikram edilir. Kahveyi içip çok beğenen Özdemir Paşa İstanbul'a saraya gönderir. Kanuni Sultan Süleyman'a ikram edilen kahveden o da çok memnun kalır. Kahve sarayda o kadar önemli bir içecek haline gelir ki yaklaşık 40 kişilik bir kahveci kadrosu kurulur. Saraya gönderildikten yaklaşık 30 yıl kadar sonra halk kahve içmeye başlamış. 1550'lerde İstanbul Tahtakale'de açılan ilk kahvehane ile halk kahveyle tanışmış olur. Verdiği enerji ve zindelikle halk kahveyi o kadar çok sever ki vazgeçilmez bir içecek haline alır. Öyle ki 1683 yılında 2. Viyana seferine giderken Osmanlı ordusu yanında 500 çuval kahve taşımıştır. Seferden istediği sonucu alamayan ordu geri dönerken yanında taşıdığı kahve çuvallarını orada bırakır. İşte o çuvallar sayesinde Avrupa'nın büyük bir bölümü ilk kez kahveyle tanışmış olur. Eskiden Yemen'den, Etiyopya'dan gelen çok kaliteli Arabika çekirdekleriyle yapılan Türk kahvesi günümüzde maalesef ekonomik kaygılarla yerini Brezilya'nın çok kalitesiz Rio Minas çekirdeğine bırakmıştır. Düşük kaliteli çekirdeklerle hazırlanan Türk kahvesi zaman içerisinde Türk halkının damağına yerleşmiştir. Günümüzde pek çok yeni nesil kahveci kaliteli çekirdeklerden Türk kahvesi hazırlıyor. Tıpkı espresso ve filtre kahvede olduğu gibi farklı çekirdeklerden farklı Türk kahveleri hazırlanabilir. Türkiye kahve yetiştirmek için gerekli iklim koşullarını sağlayamadığı için Türkiye'de hiç kahve yetişmiyor. Buna rağmen Türk kahvesi adıyla 500 yıldır tükettiğimiz bir kahve var. Buradaki Türk kahvesi çekirdeğin menşeini değil, demleme şeklini anlatan bir ifade. Dikkat etmemiz gereken doğru teknikle demlenmesi, geleneklerimize, kültürümüze uygun şekilde sunumunun gerçekleşmesi. Türk kahvesinin ince öğütülmesi gerekiyor. Fakat pudra kadar, yani çok ince öğüttüğümüz takdirde kahveyi demlerken ekstraksiyon fazla oluyor, çözünme fazla oluyor ve acılaşma ortaya çıkıyor. Bunu istemiyoruz. Evet, ince öğütülüyor. Espresso kadar kalın değil ama bir tık elle yokladığımızda ve parmaklarımızın arasında hissedebilmemiz gerekiyor. Pudra kıvamı değil. İkincisi, yıllardır bize büyüklerimiz hep soğuk suyla kahve yapılmasını, Türk kahvesi yaparken soğuk su kullanılmasını önermiştir. Bu da doğru bildiğimiz yanlışlardan bir tanesi aslında. Suyu ne kadar soğuk kullanırsak demleme süresi o kadar uzar. Bu da yine acılaşma gibi sorunlara sebebiyet verir. 50, 55, 60 derece sıcaklıkta bir suyla başlayıp 2-2,5 dakikada da demlenme işini bitirirsek keyifli, lezzetli bir Türk kahvesi hazırlayabiliriz. Bu sadece Türk kahvesi için geçerli değil, Türk kahveleri için geçerli. Kahve çok sıcak içilen bir içecek değildir. Tad alabilmemiz, aromaları algılayabilmemiz için bir miktar soğumasını beklememiz gerekiyor. Bu da demek oluyor ki kahve demlendi, önümüze hazırlandı, geldi. Şöyle bir dakika gibi beklersek hem üzerindeki kahve taneciklerinin dibe çökmesini sağlamış oluruz. Hem de birazcık soğuduğu için aromaları, tatları daha iyi algılayabiliriz. Türkiye'de makine üreticisi firmalar, şöyle arkamda da görmüş olduğunuz gibi çok güzel Türk kahvesi yapmak için makineler ürettiler. Bu işimizi çok kolaylaştırdı. Böylelikle Türk kahvesini bütün dünyaya yayabiliriz. Bu bir gerçek. Fakat çok önemli bir nokta var. Çekirdek kalitesi. O Brezilya, Rio Minas çekirdeğinden uzaklaşıp kaliteli çekirdeklere yönelmezsek maalesef kahvemizi dünyaya değil, ileride Türkiye içinde bile gençlerin, yeni neslin tüketmeyeceği bir kahve haline dönüşebilir. Bunu istemeyiz. Kahve demlemeyi, kahve hazırlamayı bu makineler sayesinde çok daha kolay hale getirdik. Kaliteli çekirdek de kullandığımız takdirde bu kahveyi neden ileride Şanzelize'de bir kafede ya da Roma'da Kolezyum'a karşı oturduğumuz bir kafede sipariş vermeyelim? Bunu neden bütün dünya içmesin?
Fatih, thank you so much. I totally believe in what you are saying. This tradition has been a staple for coffee now. All the coffee grinders in the world has this Turkish coffee manual, which you have shown in your video. So everyone can ask their coffee beans grinded for Turkish coffee wherever they are in the world from the coffee shops. So it is as simple as it is. You just need to come over to Turkey and or just order a Turkish coffee machine, which is also all around the world, distributed all around the world by great companies of Turkey now, right?
Right. Maksut, yalnız İngilizce ile alakalı birazcık senden yardım rica edeceğim.
Hiç sorun değil. Hiç sorun değil. Ben şeyi söyledim. Biliyor musun? Anlayabildin mi?
Ya sonu biraz sesin gitti geldi. Anladım. Aslında baştan
tamam,
iyi gidiyordu. Sonunu yakalayamadım.
Tamam, pardon.
Söylersen bana hemen cevap
tamam.
vereyim.
Şeyden bahsettim. Ya, Türk kahvesini artık dünyada her yerde söyleyebileceklerini, değirmenlerin her kahve dükkanında olduğunu ve hepsinin üzerinde Türk kahvesi ayarının olduğunu ve artık Türk kahvesi makinesini de dünyanın her yerine sipariş edebildiklerini söyledim aslında. Ondan da senden teyit istemiştim.
Çok doğru. Doğru ama videoda da söylediğim gibi bunu bütün dünyanın içmesini istiyorsak çekirdek kalitesine önem vermemiz gerekiyor. Şu an Türkiye'de maalesef kaliteli çekirdekler kullanılmıyor Türk kahvesi için. Bu makinelerle birlikte çekirdek kalitesi de artarsa bunu bütün dünyaya içirebiliriz, evet.
As Fatih agrees that, as he mentioned in his video, if we want everyone to drink Turkish coffee all around the world, we need to take care of the beans that we are using. And it shouldn't be a low-grade coffee, but it should be a high-quality coffee, actually roasted to your taste. Because in Turkey, I think I'm going to translate it to Fatih too. In Turkey, depending on the regions, the coffee is sometimes roasted light, sometimes roasted medium, or very dark. So it is all to your tastes. As long as you find the right, perfect quality Arabica coffee bean, then you can easily have it roasted and have a perfect Turkish coffee to your palates. Fatih şeyi söyledim. Evet, Türkiye'de kahveyi light, dark ve orta şeklinde kavurabiliyorlar bölgeden bölgeye ve kendi damak zevklerine göre kahveyi hazırlayabiliyorlar. Siz de kendi damak zevkinize göre kahveyi istediğiniz gibi kavurup ya da kavurturup sonra Türk kahvesi ayarında öğütürüp Türk kahvesi yapabilirsiniz dedim. Herhalde yanlış bir şey söylememişimdir.
Doğru. O 1500'lü yıllarda içilen Yemen'den gelen, Etiyopya'dan gelen çekirdeklerle ben bunu böyle bir sosyal sorumluluk haline getirdim. Türk kahvesi yapıyorum. Alışılmış o Brezilya tadından uzaklaştırmaya çalışıyorum ve gerçekten nitelikli, kaliteli kahveye yönlendirmeye çalışıyorum Türk halkını. Zor bir süreç ama önümüzde bayağı bir yol var.
Fatih,
şunu söyleyeyim hemen. Şu an Türkiye'de içilen bütün Türk kahveleri sadece Brezilya çekirdeğiyle yapılıyor. Ve Brezilya'nın en kalitesi çekirdeğiyle yapılıyor. Ama baktığımızda 1550'lerde bu topraklarda Türk kahvesi içiliyormuş. Brezilya'da kahve yetiştirilmesi 1780'den sonra başlamış. Yani o Brezilya kahvesi bizim Türk kahvemizin orijini çekirdeği olamaz zaten.
Anladım. So in 15th century, the coffee beans came from Yemen and Ethiopia, and the Turkish coffee was made with Yemen and Ethiopia beans. In 1780, the coffee beans from Brazil has been started importing in Turkey, in the region, and Brazilian coffee cannot be the right coffee for Turkish coffee as a tradition, as Fatih says. So nowadays, unfortunately, all the Turkish coffees that are roasted and grinded are from Brazil. He feels it as a social responsibility, so he roasts the Turkish coffees from the beans from Yemen and Ethiopia, but it is not easy to break the walls of taste palettes that has changed over a couple of centuries.
Filtre kahve ya da espressoda standart bir çekirdek yok bildiğiniz üzere. Yani bir filtre kahve içmek için coffee shop'a girdiğinizde soruyorlar. Kolombiya'dan mı yapalım işte ya da bir başka ülkeden mi yapalım? Türk kahvesinde böyle bir şey yok. Türk kahvesinde bir standart oluşturulmuş ama aslında yanlış. Bunu düzeltmeye çalışıyoruz. Her kaliteli çekirdekten Türk kahvesi yapılabilir aslında.
there's, as Fatih says, there's no standard in making espresso or filter coffee. You can ask your filter coffee or espresso from different varieties of coffee beans from all around the world. But unfortunately, in Turkish coffee, there is no differentiation between the coffee beans or the regions. But as Fatih says, Turkish coffee can be made with any coffee bean of your liking from different parts of the world.
Yani herhangi bir soru varsa cevaplayabilirim.
If there is any question regarding the Turkish coffee, Fatih would love to answer your questions.
Filtre kahve de olabilir, espresso da olur. Kahve.
Any coffee.
I think the only question we had, which you haven't answered, but you kind of touched on, was what is the best coffee for making? What variety or origin of coffee beans would you suggest to make Turkish coffee? So this is coming from a Canadian living in Vancouver.
Her kaliteli çekirdekten olur ama benim favorim ne diye sorarsanız ben Etiyopya kahvelerine ayrı bir ilgim var. Çünkü Etiyopya kahvenin ana vatanı. İlk bulunduğu yer. O yüzden Etiyopya'nın yeri bende ayrı. Etiyopya'yı çok seviyorum ama her kaliteli çekirdekten yapılabilir.
Fatih says you can do it from any quality coffee beans, but by heart, speaking from the heart, Fatih's favorite is from Ethiopia because Ethiopia is the motherland of coffee. It is the first region that the coffee bean was found, as he says. So yes, Ethiopia would be your answer, Ali.
One last thing that I just want to mention that I understand and I think is important for people to know, although many people might know this, the Ethiopians, while they grew the original coffee and that's where it was found, they never drank it as a coffee drink. It was actually the Turks that made it into what we know today as a coffee. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Okay.
All right, we're going to have to move on because we're actually wrapping up the night. Fatih, thank you so much. And thank you for the brilliant video. It was really, really lovely. And I was super happy with the history, especially.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a wonderful evening.
Good evening.
Çok memnun oldum Fatih. Sevgiler.
Görüşmek üzere.
Görüşmek üzere.
Thank you, everyone, for today. This was quite brilliant. We have actually managed to stay within time. We've got 3 minutes left. I think we're going to go over a couple of minutes because we've got one last surprise for our guests who have joined us or stayed on until the end. So thank you so much. I want to thank our entire team for putting this together and the hosting. It was long. It was a marathon, but it was so in-depth and so much rich information that I couldn't have been happier. So thank you all and congratulations so much for this beautiful program. Just want to quickly, before we move into the trivia, like quick one-line highlights from each of you. Maxit, do you want to start?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you having me as a part of this amazing journey, and I would like to thank Ismail and Sabanur. Although we haven't met in person, but I would love to meet you in person and chat more about what we can do together for our culinary future. And thank you, Arlene and Rene, and all the team behind. I was, not because it was my duty to take part in the talks, but I was thrilled to listen to friends and the people I haven't met before about what they think of my culinary heritage. And it is always fulfilling and inspiring. And thank you for all the attendees being with us and sharing this joyful moments. Thank you.
Thanks, Maxit. Ismail?
Is it finished? more. We want more. No, it's
almost. We're near the end.
No, it's been lovely. I mean, this has been something I've been talking about for quite some time, and all the speakers contributed greatly, and then we had our weekly meetings, and then talk to you, Arlene, and then Renee, and it's great to meet Maksud. I'm aware of your exhibition, so we have that kind of creative element as well. So we'll taste your food when I'm next in Istanbul. Yeah, it's been brilliant. Thank you, Ali and Renee, for
Thank
putting
you.
this together.
Thank you so much for being such a great partner. Renee, highlights?
Oh, come on. It's like Sophie's Choice. I can't. You know what? It's so inspiring. All I want to do is get back there. I want to eat everything in sight, sweet, savory. I mean, those puddings, the ice cream. I can't wait. And I shouldn't be eating ice cream, but anyway, and the fish and the seafood, everything. I can't wait to go back.
Okay, one thing I do have to say, I mean, maybe because we just saw it, the desserts and the coffee were definitely a highlight for me. Also, yeah. Even though I wasn't having them, a little pick me up. But the one thing that I found the most bizarre that I actually had to Google while I listened to Mary talk was the chicken breast pudding.
Yeah,
it actually has chicken breast in it.
I'm glad you put that in the chat box. I've saved that recipe. I couldn't quite wrap my head around it, so I'm curious. Yeah.
And I would be remiss if I didn't give some thanks out. But Ismail, you had a couple people you wanted to thank for their participation in this, other than all of our speakers, of course. Mm-hmm. I can't even begin to thank all of you, including yourself, Maksud, for the time and energy you've put into this symposium. And we really, really appreciate that. But Ismail, you had a couple people?
Yeah, just two people. One of them is the lucky person who was with Ahmet enjoying the food, Murat Boravalı. He was part of our team, consultants team that met every week. So we had his guidance and an advice. So that was his reward to taste Ahmet's food. And secondly, Ayşegül Ertürk, my niece. She's been wonderful with the administrative support she's given to us.
I would say she looks a little bit like you too. Is that true?
Really? Right.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Well, I love that this is always a family affair. For me, I've got to thank my tech team, Alia and Michael. Can you guys pop in for a second and just say hello? Quick hello. Anyways, they were the people behind the scenes that were trying to deal with all the glitchy issues. There's Alia. Yay!
Thank you, Alia.
No worries. It was my pleasure.
That's where the magic happened.
And I would like to thank our media sponsor, Apero. Thank you very much for your support.
Burkhawk was here till the end, so thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, there's Michael. See, it's a family affair.
I can't even see that I'm there.
All right, now we're gonna go drink bottles of raki.
Oh, that's cool.
All right, guys, have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for everything. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for joining us.